Stop. z tą dziką pozycją. Zobacz, co on wyprawia na backline. Forsaken. Antonio, on nie kryty. Zdoła pierwszą eliminację i to będzie multi-kill.
And welcome back, everybody, on once again Samsung Galaxy Ultraliga Season 12 ahead of us, ahead of me. You know me for sure, I've been there yesterday, but we missed you, Kasper. Where were you, on the Polish broadcast or what?
Yeah, unfortunately, I was on the Polish broadcast. I made a bet there that Matty LODIS won't win a game. They won a game, which meant I had to shave my beard, I had to shave my head bald. It happened a week ago, so my head, fortunately, is a little bit back. Then I made another bet about my feed being posted on social media. I still haven't done it. I lost another one. And then I made a third bet about getting a tattoo of the logo of Ultraliga on my ass or anywhere else on my body, which I also lost. So yeah, last week was rough for me. I lost everything and I gained nothing.
Are you going to keep gambling, mate, or just giving up on this?
I mean, I'm reconsidering it because, as you know, 99% of gamblers give up before a big win.
Yeah.
So I'm just hoping for a big win for me. But yeah, I don't know about that. Let's have a look at the schedule then. Let's have a look at the schedule. Maybe I will make some bets. Let's see. With you, Majutek. Orbit Anonymo versus devils.one, for me, the first game of the day is one of the most interesting ones, and the reason is that I have absolutely no clue who is going to win this one. Like the games are close, the teams are both playing, I would say, a little bit shaky. So yeah, could be anything could happen.
I would agree with you on that, but in my opinion, devils.one is just more solid for this very moment. Orbit Anonymo just needs to find their way. Hopefully, today is the day for them. Next up, back to the game against Forsaken. Match of the week from Mighty Forsaken, 3-0 in our league, dominating pretty much everybody. Orbit Anonymo, Zero Tenacity, whoever you put against them, they are pretty much doomed. Today is a chance for back to the game to stop them. Then coming up, Matty USA LODIS against Gripchocraft and Iron Wolves against Zero Tenacity to end the day.
Absolutely. It's going to be super interesting to see how both of the teams are doing. But to me, Zero Tenacity versus Iron Wolves is going to be also very interesting to see how it's going, because Zero Tenacity, we've seen them we've seen them struggle a little bit last week, and in my opinion, at least, the situation there was not good. Now they are definitely progressing to be a much better team, and I think it's gonna be super interesting to see them in a better form. Because right now what they are showing us is honestly, I mean, yesterday they played better, but overall they are just like a mediocre team, and we expect Zero Tenacity to be the best in the league. Definitely the words from last week when I said betting against Zero Tenacity is inting didn't age well.
I mean, yeah, yesterday's performance was way, way better than what we saw in the last week, but still it was okay. Early game, controlled game, gaining some advantage here, some advantage there. Then in teamfights, yeah, they steamrolled over the enemy, but it's far from being perfect. And we want to see perfect Zero Tenacity. We lacked a little bit of the good quality in the previous EMEA Masters. I'm not going to go deep into the details. We all saw the group stage. Hopefully, this season and upcoming EMEA Masters will be better for them if they managed to qualify, because right now the situation is not looking so good. But of course, we are still cheering for Zero Tenacity, for strong 4 teams in upcoming EMEA Masters. We are cheering for Gripchocraft and Matty USA LODIS. I'm kind of, in between, because I really like Gripchocraft as an organization. Socials are really great. The atmosphere in the team, the team that they actually delivered for the summer split, way better than we saw in spring. But it's the case with Matty USA LODIS. Me coming from the second division, they coming from a second division. We both spent like 4 years at the second tier of Ultraliga, and I really want to see those guys winning. But at the other hand, I mean, Gripchocraft looks like a better team. Once again, 2-0 first week, performing maybe not like the best league we've ever seen, but still enough to beat some strong teams.
Yeah, I think definitely. That's why Ultraliga is super interesting to me right now, because we have teams that are progressing throughout the whole season. It's looking more and more interesting, especially like Forsaken, right? If we look at Forsaken, they've been strong from the beginning. They look absolutely phenomenal, and I have nothing but praises for them. They look better and better with every week, with every game, and I'm curious to see how today is gonna go, because, like you said, match of the week versus Back to the Game, it's gonna be super interesting, especially that Back to the Game, like them, were able to beat Zero Tenacity. So for me, it could be a close game. It could not. It could not. I mean, Forsaken could definitely run them over. It could go either way. So it's gonna be super interesting to see.
I mean, we saw, for example, Togepi yesterday just casually picking Volibear and dominating the top lane and not caring at all if he goes 1v1, 1v4, it's still fine. They still felt like they could dominate the league. During the last 3 matches, for example, Ravbin died only once, and it happened yesterday. So yes, they are performing like out of this world. But the case with this team, back to the game, is you can never put them in a cage, put them in a boxing match and just dominate them, throw a punch after punch and feel like, okay, I'm winning, I'm having it, I'm better in terms of stamina, in terms of strength, in terms of everything. No, because boom, back to the game, got it right back at you.
Exactly, and that's why Back to the Game can surprise us also. Yes, it's gonna be. I mean, it's gonna be fun to just see how they play it out, how they react to adversity on Summoner's Rift. Hopefully, it's gonna be all good for them. I mean, we've had a lot of discussions last week, not in Ultraliga but overall in League of Legends. A lot of games that happened. We need to remember LEC just started, so we have I would say a bigger sample of what the champs are gonna look like, and I think it's gonna be a different week right now than what was last week, right? We saw a lot of Skarner's first pick last week. Now, what I'm expecting is Skarner to be banned most of the time because he's just so strong. Also, just seeing the item changes, we will see most likely more of the redemption builds on tanks, like the cheap item on tanks, and yeah, I think it's gonna be different, first of all, than it was previously. So yeah, a lot of changes, a lot of good moments for the team, and what I want to see the most is devils.one win the game, because like they've been looking good, but they've been struggling a lot. And what I want to see is them doing good, because I feel like this roster can actually be I would say, a dark horse in this league.
And we both predicted devils.one in this match, so we are both expecting them to win. In my opinion, yeah, that's the team with really, really ceiling put so high that they might not even check how high the potential is. Once again, a team built around Krisha, around this veteran in the jungle for Ultraliga. I've heard that last week he wasn't feeling so healthy and so okay. I mean, just looking at this Kartus performance, starting 4-0 and then not delivering in team fights, some mispositions, some miscommunications here and there. I've been talking with their assistant coach. He told me that Krisha is all right this week, that he's feeling more well than a week ago. So yeah, really looking forward to this leader to actually lead the team, because on every position it feels like they might be top 3, top 4 individually. Depends on the meta, depends on the peak, but they are really, really strong.
Yeah, absolutely. They are really strong. They are just struggling to find, I would say, their identity yet, but definitely they are progressing throughout every single week, and I think it's going to be very interesting to see how they do, and especially that we are just few minutes away from the start of today's game. So, yeah, I would say, w- I would ask you a question, Majutek. What does it take from me to you to make you a bet on your hair?
Uh, I really like my hair. I'm
So,
shaving my
so
head
okay,
like,
so it's something important for you.
yeah, it has to be a really, really big steak. Yeah.
Okay. So what I would have to, I mean, I can shave my hair, but I already did it, so it kind of doesn't work. But I, in my opinion at least, I always had this feeling that my beard is more important than my hair. So we can make a deal. I'm gonna shave my beard if I lose, and you're gonna shave your hair if you lose.
I mean, my hair is definitely a little bit longer than your beard right now, but it sounds fair. Sounds fair for me for now. But we gotta discuss a topic of our bet.
Ah, you're changing a topic. I understand. Okay, you're a little bit scared. I get that. I get that. I would be as well.
I mean, we just last week recently, made a deal about crowning the real experts from the English broadcast. So I'm 100% down to, put a crown on your head. If you manage to win, that's fine. It doesn't matter if it's going to be bald or hairy. It's all right. But maybe just for now, stick to that.
Yeah, we can stick to that. I have no problem with that. That's absolutely okay for me. What I would focus on is definitely the first game. I would focus on that because we
Yep.
just saw Orbit Anonymo win their first game I want to say last week, yesterday actually. They looked pretty decently. I would say they really did play well, but also devils.one. I just feel like if we compare the rosters to themselves, Orbit Anonymo versus devils.one, if we match them pound for pound, head to head, I just feel like devils.one is better. Like I look at top lane, bot lane, mid lane, I feel like devils.one has a better player in every single position there. And that's something that, to me at least, feels like that's the most important thing to have in the roster overall. Because, yeah, you may feel like it's a challenge for some of the players to try to beat the other one, but still, overall, you're looking at pound for pound who is the better player overall. Yeah, team wise is a completely different thing, but individually, sometimes individuals can win games. We see that in Ultraliga, especially since there are players that make a lot of mistakes, and there are players that makes close to none mistakes. So individual form, I would say, is the most important one here, and I'm really curious to see how it's gonna play out because, to me at least, it looks uh, it looks like it's gonna be completely different game than what we see from top tier teams in Ultraliga. When we look at Forsaken, when we look at Zero Tenacity, there's team play. Everything is close to team. Here, when we look at the bottom four, I would say it's more about individuals overall.
Sounds fair to me. I mean, just looking at the individuals, as you just mentioned, I feel like, yeah, they might be like, half of the level above. And if you, from the early game, get like 500 gold advantage from each positions, that 2.5k total, that's a nice advantage to get from the early game. If you can kind of be dominant on the bot lane, as we
Mhm.
saw Antonio many times, then you have access to Drakes. If Matix is going to win against Yeti 1v1, then you have access to grabs. And it's not only snowballing in terms of gold, but actually those neutral objectives, allowing Matix to be split pushing against Yeti, allowing all of the team's members, gather around the Drake, play for the soul. It just opens so many opportunities to play the game if you manage to get ahead from the early game. And just looking at those nicknames, I feel like maybe on mid lane, because I don't really know Pump very much. Ribu feels really stable. Feels like he could play any control mage plus Jace plus Tristana plus some sort of these champions. But I'm giving Pump, between Pump and Ribu. I wouldn't say that one is better than the other. I would say it's just the different profile of the players.
Okay, I think I would agree with that statement overall. I just feel like Rebu, you know, I feel like it's more at stake for him because he was the one that was playing fairly well in the Polish league. In Exceed, he was actually looking individually all right, Then he moved to the German league, if I remember correctly. He looked. I mean, I would use the word decent, but it's definitely not decent in a correct way. I would say he was not that good. It just didn't look right. And now he's coming back, and I would say it's a redemption arc for him. Now it's time to play better. You're back at the Polish turf. We want to see you play well. But I don't know about that. I don't know. I need to see more from him, because so far we've seen a lot, but not as a lot as I would want to see. Like, I've seen something from him, but it's still not that great.
But sometimes, even as a mid laner, you need to take a certain role in a team. And playing with, for example, Matix, who could easily play 1v1 against pretty much anyone. Not sure about Togepi, but we'll see later in the season. Krisha, who's definitely a strong voice, who's definitely a leader, playing, strong carry champions into the jungle. Antonio, who's famous for being aggressive in the bot lane. Sometimes on the mid, you just need to chill. You just need to pick like Hui or Orianna, farm, play for team fights, play for team, allow them to do their things. And for me, it just feels like Ribu maybe is not necessarily changed for such a role, but he definitely needs to fill a spot, because someone needs to be allowing other members to do their crazy things.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree with you. I mean, he could be the support of the team, I would even say, right? And I'm fine with that. He could be like the real support of the team, but we need to also see him do damage. He's a mid laner, so that's what we want to see from him. And hopefully we will see exactly that. I mean, like I said, this game for me is I would say a 50-50 overall. Like, there's not like, I don't have a favorite in mind, and the reason I don't have a favorite in mind is like I cannot trust enough to have the favorite in this game, especially seeing how these teams play. Because overall, we look at how these teams play, and it's just not enough for me, at least, to see them as the favorites.
The one last problem I would like to point out with those teams, especially with Orbit Anonymo, is that we had a full rebuild of the team, just contracts ending with all of the 5 players from the previous split, acquiring new players, fresh blood, young blood, yeah, name it however you want. But this team needs to play a little bit more games, maybe scrims, maybe officials, I don't know, to find the identity, to find the style, to perfect the style, to be able to fight for the playoffs. But right now, on day number 4, everybody is fighting for points, everybody is fighting to end this week with a decent score, and one of these teams will be equal at 2 wins, 2 losses, and the other one, will be pretty much grounded at the bottom of the table.
Exactly. That's why it's so important to win. Like we said, I mean, we said it a lot of the times, the season is very, very short. Like, we look at the season overall, it's just short. It just finishes very, very fast, and it feels like when it does finish, it just so quickly, you're not even able to react sometimes, because it feels like, oh, we won't win right now because it's so late. Like, you can still win, obviously, you can make some miracle runs, but it's been, what, 2 years since the last miracle run we've seen from Gentleman's Gaming with Respite or something like that. Like, it's been 2 years, so it's been a long time, but we'll have the opportunity to talk about miracle runs the whole season. Now we focus on the game number 1 of today's, and it's gonna be, well, first of all, it's gonna be Tristana, Talia, and Nidali banned from Orbit Anonymo, and devils.one going for AP champs as well. LeBlanc, Rumble, and Skarner is the last one.
Interesting factor is that none of the AD carries were banned on previous patch 14.2. We've seen like 3 to 4 bans in the first rotation, getting rid of Caitlyn, getting rid of Korotkiy, getting rid of Jinx sometimes. But today, on this very match, everything is open. So I'm wondering if those teams are seeking for a power play with one of the carries, as Orbit Anonymous is just showing us they are going to go with Korotkiy, or, since everything is open, we can decide on that later.
We need to remember that Korotkiy right now is basically a flex. He can go mid lane and he can go bottom lane, so there are 2 factors that are very important that we need to consider. And also, right now, devils.one, we've seen them play a lot of scaling champs. Apparently, it looks like they want to change the approach, or maybe not. It depends. It's gonna be Varus as the first pick. Okay, so it's I would say it's a decent one. Nothing, nothing too crazy, just a decent champion. Varus could be followed up with Nautilus as the instant one. I would love this rotation, especially for Dancer. Yeah, it's the perfect rotation, and the reason is if you go Varus Leona, you already have too much CC basically. And yes, Nautilus does give you CC, but Mercs don't really counter him, and that's the most important point. If you want to go for AP right now, you can still go for AP, and like the Mercs won't really have that much of value still. So I feel like Nautilus with Varus is the best possible rotation for devils.one at the start of the game.
Yeah, exactly. A strong rotation. You can play it safe. You can play the range game. You can play Lethality Varus. You can play for team fights, or you could, if you're feeling fancy, put some pressure on your enemy at the beginning of the game, because we all know Nautilus. We've seen like thousands of times that he could do a really nice damage output at the beginning of the game. Orbit Anonymo are countering it with Lilia, interesting choice. A lot of AP jungler banned, so they are going to go with this. And also to counter Nautilus and to maintain some stability on the bot lane, it's going to be Rel.
Lilia makes a lot of sense, because they bundle Nidalee, they take Lilia, which basically offers only Karthus for Krishna right now from AP champions, and we know that he loves to play AP champions, but he won't do it today right now. It will be Viego picked for Krishna, or at least I'm assuming it's for Krishna, but yeah, it should be. So, I mean, I love Viego with Nautilus almost always, but now they need to pick something that will also have reset in itself. Like Varus is good, Nautilus is also a good choice in itself, but I need follow up with Viego. I need to see something that is gonna give him the reset. So far, it's not enough.
Now maybe like an Ahri, you kinda have a reset on your ultimate if you are going really deep and taking some takedowns. Viego plus Ahri just in general feels like really strong 2v2 potential, plus Nautilus, great opportunities to engage. I'm looking forward ban of this champion, but if Orbit Anonymo lets it free, then I'm expecting an Ahri at least consideration from the side of devils.one.
Exactly. And now, I mean, the bans are coming. Renekton, Olaf, it's looking good right now for both of the teams, especially if we consider that mid and top duos are very important in this game. So yeah, let's see what is gonna happen as the second rotation.
The second rotation of bans actually are focusing only on the top side of the map, and no Cassante, no Renekton, no Olaf, and the last ban from the side of Orbit Anonymo is going to be decisive. So top laners still have some picks to choose from. We still have Ornn or Sion if you want to play the weak side. We still have Camille, which has been recently really rocking the top lane. We do not have an Ahri, so Orbit Anonymo just heard me well that Ahri is a nice pairing for Viego here.
Absolutely. Ahri is looking spectacular in this situation. It's very good that they banned it, but Azir is also looking good. The old special for Rebu, so we know that he likes to play this, absolutely. So yeah, we will see.
We shall see what's going to happen right now with a lot of damage from the side of devils.one. Nice engage potentials. All they are missing is just a strong top lane, just a strong front lane maybe, but it's all up to Matix. We've seen this guy dominating 1v1s on top lane. We've seen this guy, you know, playing for the team, just locking in Ornn, just playing it safe, just going with the 5v5 potential. So letting the last pick for him will be decisive in this case. But Orbit Anonymo, they are deciding, you know, to spice some things up. Korotkiy sent to the mid lane, locking in Jhin, and now you have to show your last card. You need to show us your top laner.
But Jhin is looking very good as well. I love Jhin in this draft, and Aatrox is also very good because it steals Aatrox from Matix. And like I said, they want to follow up for Viego reset. I mean, it's looking very good for Orbit Anonymo. Like draft-wise, it's just looking very good. And I feel like the last pick from devils.one would have to be, I would say, Poppy. Poppy would look good, but I don't know if Matix plays Poppy. Honestly, yeah, he's gonna go Jax. I feel like Orbit Anonymo, in my book at least, they have a much better draft.
Yeah, feels definitely strong. I mean, just going with those really strong SA tier champions all the way through the draft, locking basically the pretty much only AP jungler that's left, going with this new refreshed Korotkiy, playing against Azir. It's no longer the Polish matchup of scaling. It's no longer, you know, farming 30 minutes until we lock into the game. Korotkiy could put a lot of pressure at the beginning, especially when you have Rel playing against champions that are lacking mobility. Yeah, you can do this Shurima shuffle with Azir, but whenever Rel just sticks her stick at you, just uses the Magnet Storm, you are pretty much doomed against all the CC coming from the side of blue drafts. And you're muted, my friend, so...
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. It's going to be very, very tough. And I feel like Rel could be a game changer in this draft. I would say it's going to be massively, massively hard for devils.one to do something about it. But we will see in game.
Yeah, both drafts are pretty much open. I am expecting some 1v1s on the top side of the map. I mean, whenever we see Aatrox on the top lane, we are expecting him to go in, to go look for a trade. We are expecting Jax to be put into a little bit of pressure, but we shall see how well Matty is prepared for this matchup. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's start with the first map of today.
Matix is one thing, I agree with that, but Einkart is the second thing. He is the solo AP damage of Orbit Anonymo in this game, so it's gonna be massively important for him to start the game well and to be able to scale into the mid game, scale into the late game, see how it goes, especially that they have a scaling composition. It's Jhin, Rel, Korotkiy, Lilia. Those are the champs that are gonna be scaling into the mid game, scaling into the late game very, very hard.
So let's see how the beginning of the game is going to be played. As we can see right now, they are pretty much laning up, you know, the line of the blue champions, line of the red champions, staying at the opposite sides of the river, looking each other deep into the eyes, if they could see themselves through the fog of war. And basically no aggression from the beginning of this map. Everybody is just trying to cover the jungle. Everybody is just trying to get some pieces of information without exposing themselves to any danger.
And why is this win so important, Majutek? Is because obviously if you lose, it's gonna be 1-3. And if you actually win this game, it's 2-2. You are back in it. You are literally back in this league, back in... you can even win the next game's first week's game, and you can be 3-2. And being 1-3 is like being far away from a win, so we will see how it goes. Also, interesting choice from Antonio, going for a cleanse here. And I get that. I mean, you are playing against Rel, so obviously the Rel and Lilia is gonna be a lot of damage, but I'm not sure if I agree with that. I mean, yeah, Lilia is gonna be problematic, but still, this cleanse, I'm not sure if it's gonna find any usage, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I was thinking about the barrier, mostly because you are playing against Jhin, you are playing against Korotkiy. With the big one at level 16, for example, you could negate all of the damage. Without that, it could execute you, basically. But cleanse, okay, it's not that bad of a choice. Let's see how Antonio utilizes that. But I want to quickly go back into the statement that you've made. Yeah, being 1-3 will be problematic. You will need to come back not in the game, but actually in the standings, winning games against strong opponents. And this game, as we mentioned before, might be 50-50. So it's beneficial to win those, because you will lose something later on. You will win something later on. Is those really close matchups that actually matter when it comes to standings, to fighting for the playoffs. Only one team recently made a huge comeback. I'm talking about back to the game, you know, starting 0-4 and making a really nice run for playoffs. But hey, devils.one, Orbit Anonymo, can you really repeat that?
I mean, it's a good question. Hopefully they won't have to answer it, at least in this season. If they have to repeat that, they are gonna need the whole roster at the good tournament. Overall, I'm expecting a little bit of a slow early game, especially seeing at the composition. I mean, Korotkiy versus Azir, who is expecting fireworks in this matchup. Let's talk about rosters overall. What do you think about Orbit Anonymo? Because for me, at least, it's a very promising roster. It's a roster that could have a really big future, but I'm not sure if it's just yet.
I mean, I'm trying to not look at it from the perspective of the spring season, not trying to compare this roster from the spring and this one we are presented in summer split. It feels like, yeah, a lot of promise, a lot of potential. Not trying to judge on the past. It looks like a strong contender to be top 3, top 4, maybe if they scale fast enough. But in other words, people were expecting Orbit Anonymo just continue with this really strong powerhouse that we've seen a couple of months ago. And maybe some opinions are based on it, that it's slight downgrade. Yes, I agree, but the ceiling is also really, really high.
I wouldn't say it's a slight. Okay, maybe we'll talk about it in a second because Krisha was looking to make a play. He won't be able to do it here. I wouldn't say it's a slight upgrade. I would say if we compare players head to head, Royson to Pump, Nerami to Kevo, it's a big downgrade, but definitely the if we look at the longevity of the squad, I would say Orbit Anonymo now has higher. I mean, they can keep this roster for a long time. They can progress along. I mean, most of the players a year ago, they were in the second Ultraliga. They are just right now making the entrances into the first one. So yeah, I think there's a big promise in this team, especially with Drbaris and Wielokostek in this team. So I think it's gonna be very interesting to see how they do.
The funny thing again about Wielokostek is that if you look at his Wikipedia, if you look at his records, it's basically pretty much all golden.
Right? Yeah,
pretty much all won everything besides the last split in the second division with Mividron. He got second place in the end, but it's still like gold, silver, and right now this big challenge in the first division. I'm not expecting them to win. It's going to be really hard, but hey, a coach with a lot of experience in winning, especially, is he going to make this team a winner's team?
I mean, if we look at Orbit Anonymo's roster, if we look at their recent results, I would say even being able to get into the top 4 in this certain situation, I would say it's a success. I would say it's a success. If they will be able, obviously, to get into the top 4, we will see about that. So far, a little bit of a slow start, like we said, is gonna be. Definitely looking good for Pump. 62 CS in 6 and 20 seconds. I mean, it's looking solid for him. And this Lilia. I'm gonna be mentioning Lilia a lot because I feel like it's a super underrated champ right now. I mean, she can literally win you a game with one good engage, especially having Jhin and Korotkiy on your roster, especially like the poke that they are able to actually give you. Jhin can always poke with his W, with his ultimate, Korotkiy obviously with the rockets, so it's gonna be looking very, very good for them. devils.one right now going for a stronger start, and Orbit Anonymo going for a little bit more of a scaling side. They are going for a Drake, meanwhile, Krisha going for the first 3 Void Runs.
And I actually like this approach. While you have Jax on your team, you are pretty much considering at some point you are going to go side lane, at some point you are going to either catch a wave or maybe put some pressure on the side. I mean, depends on the stage of the game, depends on the strength of Azir, but yeah, in most cases we will see Jax on the side, so picking some grabbies for him is not that bad of a decision.
Absolutely not, but we'll see if Matix will even have the possibility of trying to do something on the side, because so far he's been losing hard on every single trade that we've seen him take, basically. I mean, yeah, he does have Sheen, he does have some nice items to help him out in the lane, but still, overall, it's not looking that solid apart from that. I mean, right now, Yeti is gonna give himself a nice recall that is gonna help him build plated steel cups. It's already gonna be super hard for Viego and Jax to kill him because he's just gonna be so tanky.
Yeah, that's correct. That's probably the best buy that he could do on this recall, just maintaining, the pressure on the top lane, going into those trades. You can deal some nice damage, you can heal back, you can absorb some of it from the plated steel caps. So Yeti is in a pretty comfortable spot. I'm still looking at Krisha with a promise of some really nice gank. You know, you have set up with Nautilus and Varus on the bot lane, both of them level 6, so great opportunity to go there. But he decides to just continue farming, continue scouting, putting some vision here and there, and not playing too aggressively. I wouldn't necessarily say that devils.one are scared, but it just makes me thinking, what are they waiting for?
Apparently they're waiting for Dancer to try to find the engage, and I mean he definitely did try, but he just wasn't able to find it.
And so a peaceful game it is. Right now, some trade on the mid lane, favoring Pump a little bit, but hey.
Oh, nice flash from Rebu. That was absolutely perfect. He waited it out, and he just found a perfect timing. It's gonna be first blood for Krisha. Important first blood, especially if we look at how important it is for Viego to keep having items, to keep having damage. I mean, just perfectly baited from Rebu.
Yeah, let's have one more look at this situation, waiting out the flash perfectly, as you mentioned. And Krisha basically just came here and said, okay, well, thank you for the first blood. You are now just going to suffer because you are letting me accelerate a little bit now on top lane.
I mean, it's auto for auto, but Matix is winning this trade quite heavily. I mean, yes, it is going to be plated steel caps for Yeti, but we need to remember Matix does have a stronger recall. He also has level 2 shoes plus Sheen, so he's going to be winning this trade all day long. So tough times ahead of Yeti. Tough times ahead of Yeti, but not only ahead of him. If we look at what is also waiting for him, it's wave that is not pushed and Viego is close by. He could try to do something. But we need to also remember there is a ward protecting Yeti.
Yeah, but I'm just looking at his trinket. It's not available yet, so he cannot really scout what's happening in the tree bush. But it's alright, it's okay, because Krisha is going to recall either way. With completion of the first item already, I mean the first blood came in handy, Krisha is basically a monster right now, so everybody should be aware of this champion appearing on their screens.
Yeah, I mean this Jax is gonna be doing the work on the side lanes, but he will still have to wait a little bit. Reboot still doesn't have his ultimate. It's not a good position to fight, at least for now. He will have to wait 5 to 7 seconds, I think. Then he can try to make something happen. But this is a big definition of trying to play 1v4 in this certain situation, because Pump, Ironcards and the bot lane were all close to mid lane at the same time. So yeah, definitely a lot of people transitioning from the bot lane to the mid lane.
I just trying to make sure that Rebu won't try anything fancy, and Krisha is, you know, getting out of the picture just to secure the second set of the Void grabs, which will equal in 3 and 3 for both sides right now.
Matix is dead. I don't think he's running away from this. He's 1v2. He can try to make something happen, but there is just not surviving this. Who's gonna give the kill to? It's gonna be Yeti getting a kill, and very greedy from Matix. I don't understand why at all. I mean, it's only a ward. You don't need to clear it in the 1v2. You can just run back, just save yourself a little bit of time. And in this situation, I mean, Yeti is super happy. He's 1-0-0. He has almost 20 CS advantage over Matix. He's feeling super confident, close to level 11. I mean, Orbital Anonymo looking solid right now.
The situation on top lane is basically a big question mark for me, because they got the information that Lilia is heading top lane, they got the information that she's just finishing grabs, and you pretty much know how Lilia works. She just sends her E, and if she lands it, then you are going to sleep. And not only to sleep for a couple of seconds, your screen is turning gray. Didn't Matix know about this?
I mean, I think he knew. I think he was just trying to apply pressure, but yeah, it was definitely not the most intelligent choice in the world. And Krisha right now, same with like the whole devils.one, just putting the pressure. Look at that. I mean, just invading the vision. The amount of vision that they have in the enemy jungle is really overwhelming. And yeah, it's good for them that they have the vision. It looks like they've been working hard on getting the vision done, like in scrims and stuff, but apart from that, you don't only need vision, you also need to see results, and so far it's not looking like we are gonna see one, because Krisha trying to steal the red buff. I mean, he's gonna be able to do it, so overall it's it's a success.
Yeah, but they needed 4 people to go into this area of Summoner's Rift to be able to secure it. That's a win.
Yeah, Einkar's is
Maybe
dead.
with another one?
Yeah, she is dead, absolutely, and it's gonna be Krisha stealing another kill. I mean, I feel like it would be better for Rebo to get this one, especially that he's Azir. But yeah, that's just unlucky. That's just unlucky. I mean, it's okay. It's Viego who got a kill, but overall, Viego is gonna be giving you a lot of early plus mid-game choices. But in the late game, I don't feel like he's gonna be doing that much. He's gonna be needing support from Azir, from Varus, and they haven't received nothing yet so far.
I mean, Viego is basically happy with like 1 or 2 eliminations, getting slightly ahead, some assists here and there, but most of the time he's playing for the team. He relies on the really strong backline damage to be able to get a reset in the team fights. He can't basically just go a 1v9. I don't think that's possible. It's good that they got this kill, but yeah, I agree on you. I agree with you. The kill on Rebo would have been way, way better.
Yeah, especially that he's Azir and he's literally even with Korotkiy. I mean, they have literally the same goal, so that would have been huge. Dancer right now, a little bit out of position. We need to remember that he doesn't have his ultimate. He will have to use a flash. Krisha is close by. Rebo is also close by. Matix is actually charging on them, and it looks like devils.one, they just want to disrupt them doing the refill. They just want to waste some time for them. And, well, so far they've been doing good, but I feel like if they approach one more time, it could actually be very, very bad. Varus is actually moving. Varus is moving, so it's gonna be a 5v4, but will they survive for a 5v4? Jesus Christ, Einkar's absolutely slaughtering them. It didn't even matter that Varus was close by on the mid lane. It didn't even matter.
A team fight within a blink of an eye, because it was over the moment it started. They basically evaporated from Summoner's Rift. A great pickup from the side of Orbit Anonymo. Let's take a closer look once again on this one. Just Rel going in, and then just everybody, you know, pressing random buttons in front of the enemy squad, basically getting 2 eliminations for nothing.
Yeah, absolutely for nothing. I mean, it just looked super easy. Super easy. They didn't even like try hard for that. They just went in, got easy kills, and right now, I mean, 2 kills on Lilia. Every single E that she is gonna be throwing on them is gonna be doing a lot of damage. I mean, it's only E, but it's gonna be slowing them down. It's gonna be burning them down, and it's gonna be very, very hard to do something about it. And now, Krisha with Rebo are close on the bot lane, but 4v3, you're not diving them. There's no way about that. Krisha is doing some damage. They baited the ultimate. That's nice. Oh my god, Rebo doing the drive-by, but missing a lot. Rebo going for a 1v1 against Einkar's. He could be able to do something with it. He will be able to get Einkar's, but the TP is coming, and Rebo is going down. Same as Antonio in this situation. Is going to be a 2v1. Yeti was able to TP in this certain position and definitely helped them a lot.
That was a little bit too complicated to pull off. I mean, diving 4 against 3 with the knowledge of Pump and Yeti having TPs up, you know, playing against Rel, the dive situation, not the easiest one to pull out. And in the end, yeah, they found a kill on Einkar's, but the price was a little bit too high to be happy with it. 2 eliminations back and the tower, and yet he was able to, you know, travel to top lane to save his own structure. It just feels like Orbit Anonymo are in the leading position right now, and they are not letting it go.
Absolutely, they are in their leading position right now. They are looking solid, and well, we will see how will they be able to play it out, because right now, I mean, I feel like the scaling is on their side. I feel like the mid game is on their side. The third Drake is just about to spawn, so yeah, let's see who's gonna take it.
Yeah, so the dance around the dragon. Yeti is rotating from the top side of the map. Matix is ignoring it for now, but don't get me wrong, he has a teleport. But I don't believe that he's going to come into it. They are just going to trade Drake for a tower. A really, really nice way of equalizing the stakes for Orbit Anonymo.
And I thought there was gonna be a second charge, but there's gonna be no second charge. Oh my god, they're gonna go on Matix. I mean, there is a possibility they go on Matix. We see the replay, but it's a bad timing for a replay. But yeah, I mean, let's see it one more time, Majutek. Miss ultimate from Rebu, then Einkar's going down, but it was a luck for Rebu. Look at that, literally the last shuffle that he had was able to burn Einkar to the ground, and then obviously the TP from Yeti that changed everything. I mean, it's very good that Yeti TP'd, and he was able to get the skill because he does need to have something from it. Like, if he uses his TP, he needs to have something from it. Oh my god.
Grisha, boy, what are you doing?
I mean, he does have his ultimate, he does have a flash, so he's gonna survive, but I think he thought that he's just gonna apply some pressure. Well, didn't work out.
Yeah, he was close on giving up his life. I mean, yeah, he had flash and ultimate, but man, that was close. You just can't do it. Not for us, not for your teammate, man. You just got 2 kills out of from the early game. You need to snowball it really hard, but not just playing so recklessly as we saw it. Just quick look at the items. Jax was able to finish Trinity 4, so that's a really big spike for him. But meanwhile, Yeti, you know, he's sitting on this one item for quite some time, recalling right now to grab some additional components to, you know, get a little bit closer to the second one. It's going to be serrated Dirk, so I don't think that Matix, you know, has scaled enough to be able to take on this 1v1.
Yeah, definitely not yet. Only a Triforce against almost 2 items from Aatrox is not gonna be enough. He would love to do something on the silence, but he's just not gonna be able to do it yet. And Einkar is just gonna be clearing the vision with Uden, making sure that there is nothing, like any shenanigans happening from devils.one, and there's gonna be not, at least for now. But yeah, Azir level 14. I mean, slowly charging up to level 16. When Azir does get to level 16, he's gonna be a powerhouse.
And he's also building towards the Rabadon's death cap, so the combo of these 2 really strong factors might be, you know, a leading factor of devils.one having a nice chance of winning fights. But the next fight might occur within the next 3 minutes. I'm assuming it's going to go in between the Drake area, or maybe Orbit Anonymo are planning on something nasty around the Nashor. I mean, you do have a Jean, so that's not the fastest one in the world, but with Korotkiy and Lilia, you could be trying to sneak something up.
I mean, yeah, you always can. You have so much damage, but now Aatrox rotating in. He does need to be careful, but he's actually the one scaring away devils.one players. That's interesting. Matix going for an all-in against Pump, but it's a bad decision, my friend, going for an all-in like that. He's running away from the TP, but Aatrox is there. Every single member of the team is there. And Matix, another time, caught off guard. They are going for Einkar, but again, it's just too little, too late. Like, Diego is caught off guard, like, in the middle of nowhere. Now the ultimate is gonna be slowing them down, but the last shot won't hit the Dancer. Trying to survive that, the ultimate is gonna be used on Einkar, not doing any damage, just stopping him from chasing the enemies, but oh my god, it's looking rough for devils.one. They are not playing well.
I mean, despite from Matix just taking on wrong 1v1 in the wrong place in the wrong time, I mean, Einkar, it was looking kind of scary for a second, you know, Lilia being caught playing against 3 opponents, but it's Lilia with 2 items. He still had Flash, he still had Zonias, he was just perfectly fine kiting enemies, actually buying a cleanse out of Antonio and ultimate from the side of Dancer. He was just playing with them like, you know, nothing really matters.
And the only thing that is going in favor of devils.one is this Azir, 256 CS, Rabadon's death cap on him, but they are gonna need way more than Azir in this certain situation. Like, it is Azir that is strong, they are gonna need 4 items on this Azir, level 18 in this situation. With the flash shuffle, maybe they are gonna be able to do something, but for now it's just not looking good for them.
Yeah, we are talking a lot about the top side of the map, the top laners, junglers, mid laners, but what about AD carries? Yeah, you have a Jhin 003, but with 2 items, and it's really easy to play Jhin in this situation. You just sit back, relax, and then, you know, press W, press R, not care about anything, nobody is going to get closer to you, and Antonio still stacking this mana mune, you know, still struggling to even find one takedown in this game. Feels like he he did log on to a League of Legends game, but a fairly different one.
It's a different account. It's a different account, definitely. And Jax right now putting the pressure on the sidelines, but he is 0-2 and 0. I mean, there is no pressure in that. He's just like trying to survive right now, and this Jax is gonna be needing a lot of time. Good information for devils.one is the fact that obviously they are coming back into the game, I would say, fairly well. Jax scales well into the late game. He's gonna be able to fight, like when he gets the free items, he's gonna be doing the work either way. Plus, also, they have the Drake, and Azir is making sure of that, but Orbit and Anonymo, they are not going to be wasting any time. They are going for the Nash right now, and there is a reaction for devils.one. They check it, and now they call a bluff, and they are just walking back. That's good for them. The question is Orbit and Anonymo going to walk forward? It looks like they are trying to do it, but so far, this is a good macro play for devils.one, securing a third Drake.
Yeah, especially if it's Ocean, you know, playing against Lilia, against Korotkiy, against a composition heavily focused on poke. You would love to get a little bit of a boost, of a regeneration, so that comes in handy. Rebu sneaking this one in. Right now, devils.one are just checking in. Is anybody just wandering around Nasher? No? Okay, then we can take a deep breath. Then we can just think, what could we do next to assure that we are equaling the score, we are equaling, you know, the gold situation and everything, because looking at those items, I don't feel like, you know, Matix will be in any use at the side lane anytime soon. He needs like one full item to be able to compete against Yeti, but Rebu just hit the level 16 power spike, plus Rabadon's dev cap, plus some additional magic penetration. Oh, this boy is looking strong.
Yeah, he's going for Crypt Bloom, and when he builds that, he's gonna be super strong. He needed level 16 to be able to do something, and he's doing a really good job of that, but make no mistake about it, this game is still a 3.5k game difference. It's still anyone's game, but it just looks like every single time we are going into the fight, devils.one is just looking worse.
Yeah, for quite some fights in the past, it was looking like it. And it's not going to be easier, you know, playing against Lilia. She's a teamfight beast. Yeah, she's not a tank, and maybe she's not looking like a threat, but don't get me wrong. If Einkar lands a Q on 3-4 members and is going to follow up it with his ultimate, you're going to sleep, most definitely. With Korotkiy, with Jid, with Aatrox, they are going to put you not only in your comfy bed, you know, under a blanket, no, they are going to dig up a grave for you.
Yeah, absolutely. And now this game took a slower turn, and I feel like it's good for devils.one, and I guess that's why Orbit and Anonymo are just going straight for the Baron Snatcher. I mean, and this Snatcher is going fast. There's no reaction from devils.one right now. Oh my god, it's only Grisha here. If he decides to walk up, he's gonna get slaughtered by Uden, and now, I mean, they turn on Uden. Uden is low on health, and it looks like Uden is gonna be going down. This arrow almost hit, and oh my god, Uden, is he gonna go down from Nash? He's not. But he's out of the fight, so it's a good timing for devils.one to try to do something, and they are gonna look. Dancer engages quite heavily, but we need to remember, if this E actually hit, that could have been a 3-man sleep, and devils.one, it looks like they want to be the ones trying to take control of the river, and they will be the ones taking control of the river, putting their own vision down, saving some time for themselves, and playing it well.
Yeah, but I feel like they are missing one crucial thing. It's the destruction of the tier 1 tower on the mid lane, because you can't really push the lane deep into the enemy base. You can't really chase your enemies because there is still a standing tower, as we saw recently. Hook landing, but you don't really want to go in because you have like 2 or 3 meters more to go until you run under the side of the tower. Yeti.
I mean,
okay,
yeah, he does have the Edge of Night, so he's gonna be safe in this situation. But honestly, quite happy about that for Yeti, because if he loses it, I mean, then definitely Orbit and Anonymo are losing the game. But now, I mean, look at that pump putting some pressure on the top lane. Tier 2 for free, just like that, and devils.one call off guard. Oh my god! I mean, Christmas came early this year. They are completely caught off guard. Krisha trying to do some damage, but he's not gonna be able to do it. Dancer able to survive, and that's the reset for Krisha. Matix putting the pressure as well, going after them, going with Counter-Strike. The reset is there, and somehow the situation that looked absolutely horrible for devils.one turned around.
Yeah, that's so luckily for them, one elimination plus Orbit Anonymo, who just weren't able to find anything, even Dancer, and look at him now, he got his Warmox, he's just going to chill, full health and not a thing to worry about. They lost the jungler, but they put enough of a pressure on the top side of the map to be able to make sure that devils.one are not going to rush towards the Baron Nashor. Right now, the fight, or actually the positional fight, is going to be played around Drake. 15 seconds until this beast spawns.
And it's gonna be on Orbit Anonymo's side to do something right now. They have the control of the river first. devils.one, they don't need to go for this Drake. They can chill, they can give it up. Because obviously they had some Drakes in the past, but it looks like they don't want to chill. They want to fight. The TP from Rebu just happened. He's super strong. 3 items already. Fully stocked Azir that is gonna be building like Rabadon's Nashor Stoof and Cryptbloom. He's gonna be hitting like hell. He just needs one good shuffle. But the question is he gonna be in the position to do something about it? Because Matix is being always poked. Look at that. Matix is not enjoying his life right now. It looks like they're about to give it up.
Just looks like it, or maybe just bait a little bit, you know, make enemies trying to go for it, trying to close them inside the Drake pits.
I mean, Krisha is there. He's gonna be looking for a steal, that's for sure. And he didn't have an easy life with his smite, but so far Orbit Anonymo playing it very calmly, going down. And who's gonna be getting the soul? It's gonna be devils.one, so it's looking finally good for them. But Dancer is gonna be the first one going down. They need to go back, devils.one. They gained the soul. They need to somehow survive that. But Antonio getting poked down, slowed down. Antonio barely surviving, but it's looking better right now. They are gonna put the cleanse down from Antonio, but he's not gonna be even in the position to be able to use it because he doesn't have to. They gained the soul. They gained what they want. The question is, how much will they be able to do something with it?
I mean, with the soul, there is a whole game ahead of them. I mean, just looking at the Warmox on the side of Dancer, just looking at the health bars right now. Everybody is full HP and everybody is happy to just start the Nashor. But hey, Dancer is just coming out from the base. We are still playing a 4.
Yeah, absolutely. And now Uden, I mean, he could be going down, but he somehow is gonna be surviving. But actually, oh my God, Tribu! He's been waiting for a 30-minute game, but he waited long enough. He found the enemies. He was able to do what's told. And now Matix, he also waited 30 minutes, but he's had enough. 4 kills for devils.one and Nashor on top of that.
He waited, and he waited 13 minutes into the game, building strong items, trying to play it safe. But when the right time comes, Rebu shows up when he needs to be the leader for this team. This game has been kind of peaceful for most of the time, but oh my God, this guy just shows violence right in this moment.
I mean, Rebu, look at that. That was actually so perfect. Absolutely perfect for Rebu. He waited, and he was able to do something about it. That's exactly what we wanted to see from him. Absolute perfection from Rebu, and this game was tough for devils.one. They've been behind, they've been not looking great, but now they are absolutely in the driving seat to win this game. 4 items for Rebu, almost 4 items for Antonio. Now life is good if you're devils.one.
Yeah, now finally life is good against such an difficult middle part of the game, you know, not being able to control the side lanes with Jax, your Varus being basically maybe not useless, but, you know, really hard to find any use case for him, just landing some arrows, trying some poke here and there, just basically surviving during the course of the mid-game, but right now, yeah, it's good time to be alive.
And it's QSS for Krisha as well, just making sure that even if he does get caught by Lilia, he's gonna be able to run out of the sleep and being able to find the reset for him. 4K advantage, we said that a lot of times in this broadcast, but this time it's the other way around. It's 4K advantage in gold, but for devils.one, and yeah, Matix feeling confident. He got 2 kills, he's on 3 items right now. This Jax is scary right now. The ultimate used on Yeti, he's gonna be getting knocked up. The Driha is close by, but it's not the perfect fight. At least not now for devils.one. Uden with the engage, that is highly questionable. But Matix is gonna be getting close by the first kill. It's a 1-for-1. Matix in some troubles, but there's a follow-up for Krisha. A follow-up a little bit and Yeti right now almost close to falling down, but Revo somehow with a double kill. It looked funny enough that maybe devils.one are gonna lose this one, but no, absolutely no. The TP is also happening, and Pump, because of the TP from Rebu, he does have to run back, and now with this 2v2, Rebu and Antonion, they can actually look for end. I mean, they have a lot of damage. 1v1 Rebu is absolutely winning. This fight is gonna be a triple kill for him. It's unofficial, but official is gonna be this win.
Yeah, he just needs like 4 attacks to get rid of basically any enemy that's not tank. Rebu definitely scaled up to this point that he's demolishing not only minions, not only heroes, but the towers, but the nexus, but the game. 5, 1, and 7. Is he going to add another one into this? No, but it doesn't matter because the devils.one are going to add 1 additional point into the standings.
They understood the limits of the composition that they had, and they absolutely played it to perfection. Full respect to devils.one because they've had honestly some troubles at the beginning. I would say the early game and the mid game still looking quite rough. A lot of things to fix in this situation, but hey, I mean, sky's the limit for them. We said Orbit Anonymo is obviously a team that can be a good teams when it goes down to like having a high ceiling. I mean, devils.one is also something like that.
And it was definitely looking like a 50-50 match, as you stated, before even the draft. It was really close. It was emotional for both sides. I am 100% sure of it. It was emotional for devils.one, you know, getting from the second division to the first one, not getting into playoffs right now, fighting for their lives, fighting for every point in such a, you know, quite problematic style. But in the end, all that matters is the win. And after the win, you guessed it right, we are getting the interview from the side of representative of devils.one, and this time it's going to be my fellow colleague Kasper. Hello, Sophie.
Hello, Majutek. Hello, guys.
Long time no see. Congratulations on this win. As I am almost sure you are responsible from some kind of preparation and drafting and working with those players. Tell me, please, is it much of a difference between playing the first week in the Ultraliga and the second week in the Ultraliga? Because in every scenario, devils.one are looking strong, are looking like they could win, but sometimes, you know, the machinery is not working as intended. Do you find the problems within the team, within the preparation, or every time it's something different?
Basically, first week, the main problem was that Krisha was sick, and that was like the biggest problem because he really underperformed in the first and second game. At least we won against Lodis, but that game versus Iron was very unlucky game. So actually, we started playing at our full strength from the second week. And this week is also kind of funny because yesterday we played very good and we lost, and today we played very bad and we won. So I don't know.
I mean, sometimes you just need a little bit of luck. It looked really good if we look at from 20 minutes on. Previously, it looked kind of shaky. And what do you think is the reason of the early games that you're having? Because from my perspective, it looks like some of the decisions you're making are highly questionable. But when it goes down to the 20 minutes and the important decisions that you are making in the most important moments of the game, it just looks obviously different.
We've been practicing a lot of like macro decisions in a mid game, and I think in this game we were struggling because of our individual mistakes on top lane, on bot lane, also some one call, especially on Herald. It was just very questionable call. Normally we don't do these mistakes, but after yesterday lost, we were kind of shaky. We are kind of stressed that okay, today we need to win, and if you need to win, you always like play a little bit worse in that case, but I wasn't afraid at any point of this game that we're gonna lose, because I can say that, you can clip that or something. I think Orbit Anonymo has the worst macro in the league, and even though this is better. Like, Orbit mid games and late games are very, very, very bad. They're like very disconnected. And even though we had 4K gold deficit, it was like, okay, chill, we already won because obviously we're gonna outscale and obviously we're gonna have better decisions.
Oh, such a confidence coming from
Shots
your
fired.
side. I really, really like that. I would like to go with one last question, please, because we with Kasper together, we found out that, yeah, your bot lane is strong. Antonio likes to play aggressively. Krisha is a nice leader, a veteran of the first division. Ribu, just your typical mid laner. He could play a lot of champs on a high, really, really high level. And there's the Matix, coming back to Ultraliga, performing individually really strong. Maybe not in this game, maybe not in early game, but we found a lot of strengths if on devils.one side. We found out that pretty much everybody could play for resources, everybody could play, to being ahead. But is it really as we think it is? Do you really have like 4 or 5 carries that everybody could take, the game on his shoulders and basically play 1v9, or do you have specific roles that somebody is eventually going to be the weak side?
Yesterday we had Ornn, so this is the answer of your question. Like Matix never plays Ornn, but in yesterday draft we needed to have Ornn, but it's not a downside, Like we are very flexible because of everybody can be our carry. Like for example, the last devils.one roster was like, okay, we can target bad top lane, target bad AD carry, and then it's like easier to draft against devils.one. And because we are very flexible because of our players, that Magix can be strong side, bot can be strong side, even Ribu can like play a very unique champions. I think you're gonna see it in next weeks. I think it makes us hard to draft against, and this is our actually strength. Obviously, we have some roles, we have some scenarios in which top lane is like weak siding, strong siding, but obviously I don't want to say much about it because part of these plans are our top secret plans. But yeah, I think this is our big strength, and we are like very flexible on that.
And I mean, you did play really good later on, obviously, and honestly, just say a good performance from your side, and I respect that. And from my side, just nothing but congrats to you. And obviously, you can shout out anyone you want, even in your native language. So just feel free, and I'm just gonna let you go because I'm just gonna let you celebrate a little bit because it's gonna be a 1-1 week for you, and then just hopefully you can come back into our interview after a 2-0 week.
Yeah, that's gonna be quick. Thank you. Shout out to you guys. Shout out to Majutek, obviously, the best caster in second Ultraliga. Shout out to my team, and thank you for having me. Thank you for this interview.
Thank you very much. Once again, congratulations from our side. And yeah, you better go and celebrate because we want you stronger than ever at another interview with you or with other devils.one members. Good luck in the future and see ya, mates.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
I do agree on that yesterday devils.one were looking better. Today it was kind of shaky. But hey, sometimes, as you said, you just need a little bit of luck. Sometimes you just need Ribu to go all in against 3 enemies and press some buttons to make magic happen.
And he did make magic happen. It looked absolutely where classic Azir when he scales up into the late game, obviously. I mean, just shout out to Ribu, MVP of this game, at least for me. And well,
Agreed.
we will see what is gonna happen later on, because for me, at least right now, it's looking like you're gonna have, if the rest of the day is just like this game, it's gonna be super interesting. So yeah, we're just gonna go into the little break and we're gonna come back right back. See you soon.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí.
Ah, mira,
¿Tú de qué parte eres?
del norte.
Oh man, I feel like that was my best intro ever.
Yeah,
Not bad, hey, not bad.
Something.
Yeah, bro. You know it as well. I also know you can dance. You should join me next time. And yes, I feel like you've also deserved a bit of a break. You've earned it.
Thanks.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Good job.
Hey, thank you.
Wjedź do elektryzującego świata esportu i zagraj z nami. Moc energii zapewnia elektryczna Kia EV6.
Stop.
And hello everybody, after such a short break and after such a nice game and number one, it was a nice warm-up before what's coming up next, because we are heading slowly but surely towards the match of the week.
I mean, match of the week, and it's gonna be super interesting to see how Forsaken and Back to the Game play it out, because I feel like it could be a banger. It could be a 40 minutes games, fireworks all over this game. Yeah, it could definitely be a banger, and I can't just wait to see.
And it also could be once again stomped from the side of.
We both picked Back to the Game here.
I did. I am just cheering for my boys.
I'm checking it out. There's some lies here. There's no way I picked Back to the Game here. Wait.
I did it.
Wait, I actually did.
You did?
Yeah,
we're
I
on the
must have.
same page.
Yeah, no, I must have been drunk or something. There's no way I actually did it. Like, literally, there's no way I did it.
You believe in Togepi supremacy on the top lane.
Yeah, could happen. Could definitely happen.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with Forsaken is that we all were curious, how it's going to play out. 3 Korean players and 2 Polish guys in organization like this. Is it going to be communication problem or a huge skill gap? Or, I mean, where did the Koreans actually come from? We check them, okay, that's like 2 years break from the competitive. Is he really ready to be back into the competition? And yes, the answer to all of it is yes, they were ready. No, there are no problems. Yes, they are good. And 3-0 just speaks for it themselves.
Yeah, I think it does speak of themselves. They looked absolutely phenomenal. Even the final, you don't know the backstory, but the final bet about my tattoo on my body was between Zero Tenacity and Forsaken, and they told me, well, you decide the team you want to bet on. And I feel like every single saint person would be like, yeah, Zero Tenacity. And I was like, you know what? After they even asked me after the draft if I want to change my bet from Zero Tenacity to Forsaken. I was like, no, because it's Zero Tenacity that's going to win. And then they got absolutely slaughtered. Literally, we went into the game and it was absolutely slaughtered all over them. And I'm just a big fan of Forsaken from now on. Forsaken, if you want to, I don't know, send me some merch. I'm gonna promote it on my social media because I'm a big fan.
I actually have some merch of Back to the Game somewhere, so maybe I will just go quickly grab it in case they win and in case there's the interview. But for now on, let's focus on the draft because Back to the Game are starting more, usually with the Korotkiy ban, adding some Kalista, really strong with the Lethality build recently against Korean players. We want to eliminate champions that require really high skill because they are just built different.
Because they are just skilled. Different hands and so on. It's a hand diff. I mean, I like the Kalista ban. If you ban Kalista, but you have to also, and they won't do it, you have to ban Draven. I mean, if you ban out Kalista, it's an early game champ that is gonna put a lot of pressure. I feel like if you want to put some pressure on it, you need to ban Draven as well, because like Tonk with Parasite, they can just go Draven with, I don't know, let's say Nautilus, and then just completely slaughter you in the early game in the bot lane. So I'm curious to see what Forsaken does, because so far they've been doing very, very well.
Back to the game, starting pretty much with the same approach of the draft as yesterday, locking in Rumble. Then they went with Vi Plus and engaging support, and Forsaken saying, you know what, I see what you're trying to do here, I'm not going to allow you.
Yeah, I mean, but Vi is such a good pick, right? I mean, Vi is such a good pick, so underrated right now in the League's world, because I feel like the amount of the pressure that she gives to your team is just so high, and especially now with Arcane 2 season coming up, picking Vi just feels different.
Just feels different. Oh, that's a Salam of Senna.
Okay, that means they have something prepared. That means they have something prepared.
Senna Tamkech, okay, the classic from the side of Salami plus Accorder. This time with Loten on the roster, looks like he acquired, some knowledge from the previous AD carry. He's obviously working with Accorder. I had an opportunity to talk with Accorder yesterday, and he just said, Loten felt like an upgrade, so we went for it.
I mean, it feels like he's an upgrade. Seeing how he plays out, seeing how the plays that he's making, it looks like he's just in such a good form that it would have been, it wouldn't have been good if they decided to go for it. So I feel like, yeah, I understand why he went for that. I respect that, and we'll see how he does. We will see how he does, because so far, yes, they won some games, they lost some games, but now we need to see some results as well. So yeah, like 3-1, having the same record as Forsaken, I would say that's a success if it happens.
And we also see the reasoning behind, you know, Nami pick paired with Lucian. That's going to be one hella aggressive bot lane against Senna Tamkench that's usually meant to survive, protect the carry, you know, soak some damage in, maybe give up on some waves here and there, but scale infinitely with the Senna, not trying to pick up some fights in the mid game when Lucian is the strongest.
Yeah, I mean, Lucian with Nami, they can just literally run you over, and I'm not sure if going for Senna in this certain position is the best counter, because, like, yeah, Senna with Tamkench historically is the very good pickup, but when we look at it from the perspective of like what Lucian and Nami can do in the mid game, it's gonna be very, very rough. It's gonna be very rough for them to do something about it. So I'm hoping they will do something about it, but I'm just realistic, and I feel like it's gonna be super, super hard.
I still believe in back to the games combo of Senna Tamkench. I saw it a couple of times, so I'm not putting a cross here, but I would love to see the rest of the composition, because you do have Rumble. Right now you do have Orianna, and paired with Nocturne, you do have this amazing combo to engage outside of the enemy screen, just turn the light off, just, you know, put the red carpet in, Senna's ultimate, Nocturne diving in. It could work out, but on the other hand, you have Azir that could just block you with the wall. You have Keisante, you don't want to be focusing him, and you do have Lucian Nami. I mean, if you somehow manage to make this game go even in the mid game, yeah, sure, that might work. But there is a really high risk of Lucian, as you mentioned before, just running over you and not looking back.
Like you said, Majutek, you used a very important word. If you manage to keep the game close and if the game is gonna be even, right? I mean, with this draft from Forsaken, it feels like they're just gonna win in 30 minutes. But I've been wrong before, and it could happen here again. So Nocturne with Orianna, looking at the positives, obviously, is a very, very good combo. Like, if we look at combos, it's a very strong combo right now, and I feel like it just could be massive, absolutely massive from the side of obviously back to the game to see how they play to play around that. Obviously they will need to force some things with that combo, but I think they will manage just fine.
But it's feel like just scaling, you know, a lot of limited options to be able to do something in the early game. Maybe Rumble, some crazy 1v1 on top lane, and that's basically it. With Orianna, your options are limited. With Senna Tamkench, you basically just limited your options in this 2v2 match. But, ladies and gentlemen, it's the match of the week, so anything that's even slightly possible could happen this time.
Absolutely agree with you, especially when we see what kind of summoners Lucian have. It's gonna be Flash Ignite. He's gonna be going all in for the fights. He's gonna be looking for kills for himself. Look at that. He's already being the first one to do some damage, and with First Strike, he's gonna be the first one to earn some gold right now.
Double first strike on the bot lane, actually, so they are going to abuse this keystone. They are going to abuse the first levels of this matchup to not only get ahead in terms of more creep score, you know, some plates here and there. No, just constantly out of cooldown poking enemies. And with Lucian Nami, it's just so easy to be able to deal some damage against melee Tamkench. That's actually farming Tamkench that's going to approach creeps. And you just need a couple of autos here and there to be able to maximize the output of the gold. And yeah, that's the second stack of the first strike for Tongue.
Yeah, I mean, he's just gonna be stacking them all over again, and yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how they play it out. And look at that, Parasite just stacking them up. I'm interested to see. I need to ask Ukano, obviously our producer, to see how the difference in gold is gonna be in 15 minutes, because I feel like the difference in gold could be huge.
I don't believe that Ukano is the guy you want to ask about the gold, because we are, you know, working on a clean feed. So you need to contact the main producer of the Polsat games, the normal channel. So maybe a quick call.
Well,
to
I don't have the number to
Warsaw.
him, unfortunately.
So yeah, maybe the production will just you know, go with it, or the Polish cast will actually ask for it, because it's going to be interesting.
Well, a corridor went all in, and it's a really not the greatest situation
missed
that he was
everything.
hoping for. A lot of damage coming into a corridor.
They are
And we need to remember he still does have his ignite. And now Tonk with Parasite going all in, Lotten barely surviving, and the TP from Tamkench instantly to come back into lane for round number 2.
I mean, the people on the chat are voting, and they have decided that Back to the Game are going to win this match. But I'm 100% sure that they started voting before the first blood. I mean, they just missed everything. They just used pretty much every summoner spell, and Tongi and Parasite decided, okay, well, we can kite it back and just get an easy first blood. No problem at all.
Yeah, I mean, this first blood and the fact that it actually went over 2 Lucians is going to be absolutely huge. This Lucian could be a massive thing in the later stages of the game. Not even in the later stages of the game. With being so far ahead, with stacking so much gold from first strike, he could be even massively after the first recall. So yeah, gonna be interested to see how it plays out.
Yeah, we won't see the item situation nor the gold situation until you guys fill up the 2 drinks, Dr. Pepper and Dr. Pepper Zero Sugar. Actually, I would prefer this one without the sugar, but people are choosing differently, so it's okay, it's alright. No recall also for the side of Forsaken's bot lane. They are just going to, you know, keep the wave a little bit, try to stack it up and try to crush it as hard as possible on this wave.
And yeah, like we said, this Lucian is gonna be super strong, but not only him, Xelner as well. And Xelner right now is covering mid lane, making sure that, oh, Sisyph, a little bit of a step too far, and he could pay the price. But just a little bit of a forward jump from Xelner, millimeters, and it could have been a win for Forsaken. But now Xelner, he's gonna be running back, and he's gonna run back into safety.
I was thinking for just a moment that maybe if Xelner used a flash here, but no, Ravbin was too low on his mana pool to be able to even summon 1 additional soldier to be able to finish the job. So they played it nicely, but unluckily for them, Sisyph just didn't use anything. Then Shasku arrived and kinda equalized the situation on the mid lane. So no eliminations here, and we are still waiting for you guys to fill up those 2 drinks, otherwise we can't see what did Lucian buy on this very recall.
Tonk. Yeah, I mean, it would have been good to see what he bought on the recall, but seeing how he plays right now, I believe it is something strong. We can at least say that.
Yeah, that's
Ooh,
definitely
yeah,
some
it's
additional idea.
Oi, Topegi, you need to be careful, my brother, because this sort of trades are not gonna be helping out. I mean, 0 sugar on Dr. Pepper and 0 kills on Back to the Game so far. Not looking good, for them at least. They need some 0 sugar for them to maybe get some kills.
Maybe they need a drink to refresh themselves a little bit and, you know, think through the situation. Okay, we are not happy about what is happening on the bot lane because we can't even approach the wave, apparently. Maybe now, maybe Parasite.
Yeah, Cloud of Guard a little bit. He's stunned up as well, and he's gonna die. Tonk fighting a Lotten, the flash forward to execute Lotten. But he's not gonna be able to do it, and he may pay a huge price. The stun, the lock, and a corridor is gonna kill him.
Oh my god, what a situation on the bot lane. He was expecting that Lucian with BF Sword is going just to destroy the bot lane, but no, 1 misstep from the side of Nami, and the whole table have turned.
Absolutely. 500 gold advantage right now for Back to the Game, and while we see the replay of the situation that happened, I believe they forced a little bit too hard. Parasite was caught off guard, slowed down, also in air, and funny thing, maybe we'll talk about it in a second, because right now Topegi is gonna survive this. Funny thing about this Senna W, it looks like it doesn't hit you, it's literally invisible. Did you see that? Because it's like, it's so weird. Like, looking at the skin is just so weird. It feels like cheat code a little bit.
Yeah, sometimes it just feels like it's you know, Riot Games. the small indie company, just trying to balance everything, but not being able to balance everything all at once. Speaking about balance, we have this champion called Nautilus, and when you see the anchor approaching you, you may be feeling like, okay, I'm fine, I'm out of the range, and then yeah, you're stunned and you're dead.
Yeah, Robin. Yeah, just need to play it calm. Like I said, I mean, we could have the situation where where Forsaken is gonna run them over, but we could have the situation that we are seeing on the screen right now, which is obviously the ultimate happening from both of the sides. Nice flash from Ravin to make sure that he gets a kill. But the question is it gonna be enough? It's only gonna be 1-for-1, and Xauner didn't go for another hit. He wanted to play it safe. Ultimate from Tong just to do some damage on Loten, plays it out perfectly, and now Tong is in trouble. A lot of damage on him. The flash backwards from Loten is gonna secure a kill, and now a quarter is gonna be playing it out almost to perfection. I feel proud as a Polish player right now to see two Polish players outplay a really good two Korean players. I feel super proud of it.
Yeah, and with such a scaling combo, playing against such an oppressive duo, maybe we will even see another elimination from the side. And no, Loten is lacking some damage in this situation, but they are still managing to make a comeback and playing this not so easy composition of a Senna Tamkench so well.
Xauner, yeah, just trying to cover his bot lane, but so far it's not working as intended. Definitely not. Just trying to survive as long as he can. Tonk gonna be slowly getting back into the game, but yeah, he does have a BF sword. He does have a serrated dirk, but it's literally just not enough right now.
Yeah, playing against Tam that just finishes the boots, you know, got some additional armor here and there, and you know, basically this combo was meant to just survive, you know, take some trades or maybe sustain, but in the end they are outplaying 2v2. That's the real upper hand for the side of Back to the Game. On the mid lane, it's going to be even for a long time. On the top lane, Cozy managing to be getting a couple of waves ahead. That's still expected from the side of Rumble. It looks really promising as we are slowly but surely approaching later stages of the game and the first items being complete.
I mean, that would be kind of crazy if the only good point I got in the prediction I got because I was voting drunk or something like that, but apparently it's going to happen. Xauner right now, trying to put the pressure on Shasky, but Shasky playing it well. He does get knocked up, but he is gonna have to use the flash. Shasky, only Tiamat and Fate right now, but he's slowly building up towards the first item, and we know that Nocturne is gonna put the pressure. He's gonna put the pressure everywhere he finds himself in, so we will see how Back to the Game decides to play the next levels up, and I feel like right now the 2K advantage that they find themselves into is just playing it well, playing it really well.
Yeah, definitely playing well the early game, the stage of the game where we're thinking they are going to find some trouble here and there, but it comes out just fine. They are even going to go for Drake, looks like, but Ravbin is making a rotation from the mid lane, but no, teleportation from the side of Sisyph is going to seal the deal. Drake for Back to the Game, so Zioner is looking for an answer on the the northern side of the Summoner's Rift, preparing potential take of the Void Traps, but before that...
Yeah, before that, now we could have the play on top lane, but it's not gonna happen, at least not for now. He's just gonna be playing it safe. Cozy obviously is. He's gonna be very strong right now. 103 CS, honestly, putting the pressure on the time. Topeki cannot feel safe. He does obviously have a lot of magic resistance since his build. I expect he's gonna be going for Mercury threats as well, but it's just not enough right now. He's just getting burnt alive, literally, quite literally burnt alive.
That's a tough matchup, but his itemizations will help him definitely. He's not that afraid of a Nocturne because, you know, Shasku can go in really strongly and deeply, but he can't pull back from this. And playing against Cassante with an all-out, it's dangerous.
I mean, it's very dangerous, but yeah, so far nothing else will happen. Tong I mean, he's literally going all in every single trade, but I don't believe it's the best strategy right now. I mean, it looks like he's just looking for every single trade he can.
Yeah, he's probably pretty disappointed with what happened earlier and just trying to, you know, get the situation reversed a little bit using the early power of Lucian plus Nami, using the two ultimates to try to slightly win a trade. But it's Tamkench plus Senna. This duo has a lot of sustain.
4-2 right now, and we will see what happens in the next few minutes. The advantage that Back to the Game have, they will obviously want to try to make it better, make it bigger, but so far it's looking very good for them. Very good.
Yep.
This Rumble is also gonna have a huge value in this team, especially seeing how mobile some of the champs are. Vi can fly across the map, so can basically Cassante. Azir kinda as well with his shuffle. Nami, literally the same. And when Rumble decides to use his ultimate, I mean, Equalizer basically cancels it all. This is the perfect ultimate to counter him.
Yep, and they are just getting the first power spikes of the items. Liandry's for Cozy, another one magic item for Sisyph, this one more scaling, but hey, they are happy with the scaling because this composition is designed to come alive with after the first 20 or 25 minutes of the game, but we are getting some action before that.
Yeah, we are gonna have a lot of action, but Cozy is not gonna be happy about that second kill for Xeoner. He's gonna be enjoying some next minutes, and I mean, I cannot blame him. It looked really good.
It just looks so easy. As a Vi, you are just coming in with the flash, but saving the ultimate because you want to contest the Herald, and Shasku is here. Sisyph is nearby, but 2 against 3, I don't believe it's going to work out.
Yeah, I don't think it's the best strategy to go for that, but Shasku is looking for something. He's looking for steal, and he's gonna get it! He's gonna get it, and the ultimate as well! Shasku, you are an absolute cat, and Sisyph is gonna take the Herald and run to mid lane. Oh, Tong does some fast fingers on his side, and well, now Tong with Parasite are gonna be looking for trades, and this game just keeps on giving. Oh, Lotten.
Oh yeah, keeps on giving. Keeps on giving a lot of action. I mean, Xeoner looked like he didn't have Smite ready to secure the Herald or something like that. It was strange, even though you know, they were suspicious about a possible ambush from the side of Shasku and Sisyph. They didn't protect the Herald well enough. So in the end, it ends up in the pocket of Sisyph, but they are going to need to create some kind of setup to use it, but it looks like Forsaken are going to prepare a better setup with some vision around Drake, with the rotation already from the side of Ravbin, just to, you know, cover the bot lane, just to grab the blue buff, just to prepare for upcoming Drake in the next 30 seconds.
And are they gonna keep it up? Are they gonna keep it up? That's the real question. Ravbin right now slowly scaling up towards the later stages of the game, but it's not gonna be the same Azir that it was the game before. It was a Azir that was level higher than anyone else. This Azir is level down to Sisyph. So yeah, Sisyph playing a decent game right now, and Back to the Game playing a decent game as well. They don't need to get back in this game because right now they are definitely in the lead, but it still feels like Forsaken, they want to be the one trying to put some pressure, but Boom! Oh my goodness, that's such a good combo! He literally played it to perfection! And oh, it just looks so good. That's the highlight of the week, ladies and gentlemen. And there is nothing Topegi can do. It looked absolutely perfect, and the result is also absolutely perfect. It's Back to the Game with a double kill.
Shasku, my guy, what was that? That was the perfect usage of this very combo Nocturne plus Orianna. They were expecting something, but they weren't expecting this kind of a flash. It wins eliminations too, at least. It wins the tower, and it also wins a Drake. One button the D button on his keyboard basically wins this situation, but K Forsaken with an answer.
I mean,
no.
Parasite is burning down! He's gonna fall down! And that's the second kill, forces it. Now it's looking good. Robin with the flash backwards is not gonna help him because he didn't use it. He decided to save the flash for the later stages of the game. It's not gonna help him at all. Back to the game, running over Forsaken.
They just took everything within a minute from this map. 2 towers and Drake and a couple of eliminations, and the gold advantage skyrocket towards 6k lead. I mean, Kasper's, that's unbelievable what just happened.
That absolutely is unbelievable. Like you said, Majutek, it's just so crazy that it happened. But, well, honestly, I mean, this game is still not over. I've casted this week. I've casted Carmine Corp versus Mad Lion Koi. This game was 10k difference, and they came back. So this game also can come back for Forsaken. What they need is basically a golden team fight. The only player right now that is somewhat positive is Xelner. They need something from him, and well, I asked and I shall receive, at least from what it looks like. It's gonna be the ultimate from Nami, knocked up cause he is, and Xelner. Well, not actually Xelner is gonna be Parasite with the kill, but Xelner did a majority of the work.
Yeah, he's trying really hard to be able to provide some of additional resources to the team. And yeah, Forsaken, all they need is just a great team fight, and they could turn this whole situation over. But this composition is not meant to scale infinitely. When we look at the Lucian Nami, the prime time is like right now, I believe. And Senna is just going to scale infinitely into this game. Rumble is going to be really annoying against champion like a Nazir, like a Nami that don't have that much of a mobility and survivability. Cozy teleporting, that's really risky, man.
Yeah, now Robin with the flash just to knock out Cozy. I mean, they are trying something out, Forsaken players are, but it's just not working well. Tonk, are you
I don't know,
sure
man.
you want to do that? Are you really sure you want to do that? You're gonna die. Tonk not playing the best League of Legends I've seen, and now Robin, I mean, he's on the wrong side of Summoner's Rift, buddy. It's Shasky, Lot, and everyone chasing you, and now it's gonna be a 1v1 between Shasky and Robin, and this 1v1 is not forever. It's not good. Lotten is gonna get a kill.
I mean, yeah, they took the tier 2 on the bot lane, they got some local gold, they forced Cozy to TP, they were kinda close of getting an elimination, but Ravbin, I don't feel like he wanted to use the ultimate this direction, you were just short of range, but what did Lucian do next is questionable. Yeah.
Well, questionable to say the least. Questionable to say the least. It didn't look good. It didn't look like it was supposed to look, and honestly, so far, it's just looking like they are just dominating them. I mean, that's not at all what I was hoping to find, and I'm kind of surprised.
I would love to see a situation in gold right now, because we do clearly see that Cozy is ahead and Sisyph is doing just fine, if so not slightly ahead, but I would love to see how much gold did Tonge and Parasite acquire during the early stage of the game. Yeah, we do see Lucian on 2 items, but fairly cheap items. It's not like Infinity Edge and stuff like that, so he is powerful right now, but I have a feeling that the combo Lofen plus Accorder are slightly stronger, and as I mentioned before, a couple of times actually, they are going to scale and scale and scale, and Lucian is not going to maintain the same power level as right now in the current state of the game.
Yes, definitely the scaling is on the back to the game side, especially with the next Drake being in 60 seconds.
Oh, we have a gold.
What do we have?
We have a gold, and Senna is like 1k down while she's fasting, so that's an amazing score.
Yeah, absolutely, and like I said, with the next Drake being in 60 seconds, with them being in such a good spot, it just looks like everything is going according to the plan for them. Recorder is also playing really well. Level 11, 2-1-2.
everything is going according to the plan. Looks like
Exactly. Yeah.
he's one of the richest guys over here, even though he's playing the role of just being the sponge, you know, to soak the damage coming, to just use the Devour mostly as a defensive cooldown to create the space. But even though he's been doing a great job onto the laning phase, especially, you know, picking on Parasite couple of times, you know, making him lose the coolness, lose the temper, lose the flesh from time to time, and right now he's looking really healthy, but the team needs him because Forsaken are just straight up going for the Nash.
Oh, they are going for the Nash, but it's not gonna be the best decision. So far, Forsaken just trying to make things happen, but they are just not working their way. And I don't blame them. I don't blame them. It just feels like you're in the position where you have to do something, but the more you're trying to do, the worse it looks like.
I mean, they are trying to, you know, stay in the game, to farm as much as possible. You know, the Parasite trying to cover for Ravbin, so he would be able to get to the tower, but Kozi is just using the equalizer. And Zioner is on the wrong side of the wall. He paid with it, with the flash.
Yeah, he had to. There was no other way right now, and it may feel like the only thing that is going wrong right now for Forsaken is the fact that they are going back into this game. But with Vi being down the flash, it's actually huge because Vi needs a flash. She needs to try to cut the distance to the carries, and it just feels like it's not possible right now. Just not possible.
Yeah, it feels really hard. We were saying in drop that on the side of Forsaken, it just looks strong. They just need to get Lucian and Nami a little bit ahead. They just need to, you know, stack some items on Azir and Cassante, and everything should be all right. But I did mention that the composition of Back to the Game will be all right if they manage to be even. And you said, yeah, that's pretty important, to be even. Right now, they are not even. They are way up ahead, probably even more than they imagined.
But Ravbin is gonna get the bounty. That's important. Look at that. 5k behind. It's not that bad. I don't want to be the first one to say it, but if they are gonna be getting slowly the bounties, I mean, maybe, just maybe, Forsaken still does have a window to come back into this game. There is still a possibility.
Yeah, it's not like Back to the Game are in the winning position 100%. They still need to work their way through. They just took a couple of towers, you know, 3 Drakes. That's all good signs of being ahead and good signs of actually accelerating the game towards the late stage. But currently, for me, it just feels like the game slowed and it's working in favor of Back to the Game.
It is working in favor of Back to the Game, but we need to remember that they will still have to make some things happen. They still need to get a W on the scoreboard. They still need to get the carries to their stronger items, and Kozi cannot be getting caught off guard on the silence, and unfortunately it looks like it's gonna happen another time. Kozi doing the damage, but not enough.
Yeah, a nice try from his side with the flash, with the ultimate, but it definitely wasn't enough right now. A nice win for the side of Forsaken. They were able to get an elimination, and they are not going to pay any price for it. It was basically free, because there is no danger on the Nashor side of the map. No Shasku is going to penetrate your jungle. Nothing is going to happen. Just a nice pickup to help Ravbin, you know, get closer into the third item. It's not going to be Rabadon's Death Cap, not yet. It's going to be something defensive, but you need to, you know, take account for what you did. You just used your flash, so you need to be a lot more careful with what are you going to do as an Azir. And we do know that some Azirs just love to go in, get the shuffle into 3, into 4, but yeah, there's nobody on your team like that can assure your safety.
4k advantage right now, 4 Back to the Game. Still being ahead, but like I said, Kozi needs to stop doing that, because every single time he does it, it's just giving away a little bit of gold to the enemies could cost you a game in this certain situation. Forsaken are still acting like they are the ones in the lead. Look at the vision advantage that they are having on the topside river. But we need to remember, it's not gonna matter that much if in 90 seconds back to the game are gonna be able to get the Ocean Soul, especially Ocean Soul with Senna. I mean, it's just too broken. It's just too broken.
Yeah, feels like unlimited sustain, not only from the side of the Drake, but also from the side of Senna, just spamming Q here and there, or Yana providing you shield, Tamkench and his self-sustain. Yeah, you can poke us all you want, but you're not going to get through. But as we speak, you know, the game slowed down, everybody's getting towards the next items. Ravbin got his Zonias, Tongi bought his Lord Dominic Regard, so everybody's getting stronger, and I have a feeling that these teamfights could be way closer than what we saw 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, I mean, they could be, especially if there's a situation that Lucian's gonna die, but so far it's looking good. The ultimate as well, and it looks like back to the game. Oh, they are actually outside of the game right now. They are not doing well. It looked very well at the beginning, but now they are out. They are not doing good. It's 2-4-1. It's Forsaken with a comeback teamfight. Finally, it took them a while, but they are back.
Yeah, they dealt a lot of damage. Nice combination to get rid of Lucian, but you forgot that you need to also fight with Azir. Azir level 16, that's really strong and problematic for you. Right now, Forsaken are going to pretty much equalize the stake. It's going to be pretty much the same situation gold-wise, plus they're going to get the Drake, most probably, because Shasku is around the corner, but no, he's not going to steal this one.
He doesn't have the flash, he only had the possibility of jump, but okay. It looks like with the TP they want to go instantly for the Nash. There is no vision around that. So yeah, I mean, they are gonna go for that, but Forsaken, obviously they know that something is up. They do know that they are most likely going for it. The TP is also happening, and back to the game decide to call it off.
Forsaken are trying to check in to GRP as the first target. He's going to be fine for now. Slows coming in, but it's not enough to stop and kill the mighty Cassandre. Right now, Nashor is not being started. Everybody is moving towards the mid lane, just trying to feel the ground, just trying to see if we can get a nice pickup, or maybe we can force them to base and then rush this Nashor.
Yeah, I mean, they would love to do it, but yeah, Forsaken are just... they just read it too well, and back to the game, they are doing the Nash right now, but they are taking the damage while doing it. And Ravbin is close by level 16, 3 items for him. Ravbin is gonna be looking for a shuffle, he's gonna be waiting for it, and the combo is there! One more time! The first kill on Lucian, that's gonna be the most important one. But how many times are Forsaken gonna fall for this? It looks like they are the one falling right now, because it's 1-4-1. Rumble for Lucian, and back to the game. It felt like they are in the massive lead, but now with this tower being put down in the middle, it looks absolutely differently. Decisive, he does put the pressure with his ultimate. There's a lot of damage coming down on it, but it feels like, even though they are the ones scaling into the late game with Senna, it feels like they don't have the damage, and now without the ultimate on Nocturne, without the ultimate on Senna, with no ultimates at all, back to the game, are forced to fight.
Yeah, they are trying something. They are trying to force the fight. Forsaken going in. Great knockup from the side of a corner, but they are lacking a lot of damage. They are not going to sustain it.
There is no damage at all. There is no damage at all on the side of back to the game. They are trying to make something happen. Accorder is super tanky. And overall, I would say it's a success because they call it off the Nash. But apart from that, there's nothing else happening on the side of Forsaken.
Yeah,
Sorry,
a lot
back to
of
the game.
things happening around the Nashor. A lot of dances, a lot of pickups, a lot of tries. In the end, couple of eliminations, but the mighty Baron Nashor stands in the same place, laughing at all of the summoners, at all of the heroes that were trying to defeat him. Just once again, quick look at the situation. Loten couldn't do anything about it. It's just Vi plus Azir going straight on in. And without Senna, with Sisyph out of mana and out of position, you can't really continue the fighting. Yeah, a corner will tank some more, but that's basically it.
This game is closer than I thought it was gonna be, and now, honestly, like I said, it's gonna be a 40 minutes banger. It's gonna be a 40 minutes banger. 3-2 in Drake for back to the game. They are again 90 seconds from potentially collecting a soul, but that's the problem. Like, you're just so far down, and it's so tough for them to find kills. They don't have the damage at all, and Cozy not doing that well, getting caught off on sides, and Azir and Lucian scaling into the later stages of the game. It feels like, even though Forsaken is down in gold, they are just in the better spot right now.
Looks like it, but it still looks pretty even to me. I can't decide who's going to get an advantage here. I can't predict who's going to win the next fight. It just looks like Back to the Game are probably going to try the same trick. I see Shasky with the ball up on his head, probably hunting for a good position to get on top of the Lucian.
We also need to see how much souls does she have, but this time the combo misses. Oh my god, it's gonna be a huge blunder. Shasky caught off guard. Shasky, you need to run back, my friend, but it's just too late. Loten is not doing the damage, and now they are on the wrong side of Summoner's Rift. A corner is running away, but there is nowhere to run away from. It's Forsaken in the lead. It's Forsaken being right now in the position to take the Baron Nash, and there is nothing Back to the Game can do about it. Go for the soul, boys. Go for the soul. You don't want to fight for this Nash, but Forsaken knows it. They know it. You don't want to fight for the Nash. We'll go for the soul as well.
Yeah, and they need to do it quickly. Baron Nashor is dead already. Okay, the TP. I don't believe that's the best idea, but they missed everything and they are just not going to continue the fight. Back to the Game lost the Nash and probably are going to lose the position over Drake too.
That's an absolute blunder. Back to the Game, no ultimates on them, only on Sisyph, and now they're waiting for Nocturne ultimate to come back up, but it's just not gonna matter at all. It's gonna be Forsaken getting another Drake, scaling into the later stages of the game. Loten, he does have a lot of souls, but it just doesn't matter because it doesn't give him damage. Not at least as much as he would have hoped for.
It was all looking so bright for Back to the Game. Pickup after pickup after pickup. This combination, Nocturne plus Orianna, was working like wonders, but then something flipped. Then something crashed. Then suddenly it stopped being so good. Even though they were able to kill Lucian like a couple of times, they are lacking damage to finish off the fight. Right now, Ravin with Rabadon's Death Cup. Right now, even Zioner, you know, getting really close towards pretty much full build as a jungler, as a Vi. These guys are having the momentum, these guys are feeling the strength, and they are just going for some towers here and there.
Yeah, I mean, with such a lead, they can just look for another team fight, basically. And with this team fight, they could look for the end, because why not? They are just so strong right now, why the hell not? It's only 1k difference in theory, but it's all about if Back to the Game can try to find the Lucian. If they kill the Lucian, yes, there's not a lot of damage on the side of Forsaken, it's gonna be only Azir. So it's all about finding Lucian or Azir. If they fight one of these two, everything is possible for Back to the Game.
Many possibilities for Forsaken and limited options for Back to the Game. They need to play it perfectly, and it's really hard to play perfectly. Maybe now catching Ravin off guard, but now he's safe. The option number one failed, and I don't think that it could happen again.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Forsaken very tanky right now, going for another fight. Accorder trying to stock it up, but he's gonna get knocked up in the middle of the team fight. And now Back to the Game. I mean, what can they do in this situation? Because he knocked up, the combo is gonna work, but what about the combo if it's enough to just run back? It was all used on Nami, and Nami can shield herself up, she can heal herself up. Shasky gonna try to work something up, but it's gonna be Ravin with a double shuffle. and a double kill. On top of that, for Forsaken, we waited long enough, but the comeback is real.
Yeah, they had a really nice advantage in the beginning of the game. They lost it somewhere in the middle, but it really doesn't matter. If you can sustain back to the game, if you can outplay back to the game, then you 100% deserve to be 4-0 in Ultraliga, sitting comfortable at the first place.
Absolutely comfortable. They looked phenomenal from 25 minutes on. Previously, the first few minutes didn't look good, but well, they were able to make it into late game, and that's what matters.
Yeah, one really great and beautiful combo from the side of Shaskyu plus Sisyph just made them, you know, slightly come back into the game. But besides that, Forsaken looked calm. Forsaken looked ready for what's coming up to them. You know, they knew that Orianna and Nocturne are going to look for something, that Rumble is going to be annoying, but besides that, I felt like Lofen was not doing damage, and even though they were constantly losing Lucian over and over again, they still did what was expected of them. So congratulations to Forsaken for keeping strongly themselves at the first place.
Yeah, I mean, it just looks so good, and we have the interview ready with Ekin right now, so we are gonna get straight into the interview, and we are gonna ask him some questions, because honestly, there are a lot of questions to ask to Ekin, because I talked to the guy last week, and when I talked to the guy last week, he was like, "Oh no, you're gonna shave your hair," and well, unfortunately, this is the situation that we are in, so let's get straight into the interview.
All right. If we can, then let's quickly jump in. We do have some questions, but first of all, congratulations, Ekin, for being 4-0 in the Ultraliga. Did you expect it from the beginning, from the team building, that you are going to be that strong compared to all the other teams who are basically smurfing in the league?
I mean, if we don't count the last 30 minutes, I think we were looking really strong. But when you look at our bot lane and ego checking the enemy team in the early game after getting first blood and still dying, I don't think we are super stomping on OP. I mean, we did good and we came back because we are the better players. But that game, we should have definitely lost it. Definitely lost it.
You should
like 100%.
Like I lost my hair because of you. like I did last week. It's something that I do not enjoy at all, but you definitely did a good job last week and this week as well. But we need to remember that those were some shaky times. My question is going to be like, who do you think is the biggest threat to you in the league? Because you've beat Z10 right now. You've beat back to the game. Is there anyone you maybe not fear, but you respect them in a way that you feel like, oh, they could actually be in the danger? Or do you just feel like you're just level higher and you feel like no one is close to you right now?
I mean, you asked a really good question, actually, because it's kind of deeper than it looks. We don't respect the teams in Ultraliga, and you can see our bot lane not respecting enemy teams in Ultraliga. We have to respect every team in Ultraliga. But is there a threat to us in Ultraliga right now? No. But do we have to respect them? Yes, we have to respect them. You cannot just dash in and play like that, like every time you want to do some aggressive play, like we have to respect, which is, we're lacking respect. So this week, we're definitely working on respect until next week.
All right, so that's the lesson coming from the coaching staff of Forsaken. From your perspective, because you see a lot of more of the teamwork than we do. You see scrims, you see solo queue. You are able to talk with the guys in meetings, in private, etc. Please tell us some insights about communication in the team, the leading voice in the team. Because we are 100% sure that you have really strong players, maybe even the best players in each position. Just looking at the Koreans, just looking at Ravbin, performing out of his mind. Who's the leading voice and who's calming everything down? Guys, we are good, we are stronger, but we have to play the certain way to be able to destroy the Nexus. Who's doing the job?
I'm pretty sure Ravbin made all of the careful calls here, because we have two heads in the team. One of them is the support and ADC, and the other head is Ravbin, and it's ice and fire. So communication, we fixed it. No problem in communication right now. But if you go the Korean way, It's fight, kill, because we are mechanically better. So if we force them to fight, we're gonna win. And Rafbin way is like from the book, okay, let's push this wave, and then let's kill this tower, and then do this, like the League of Legends book. Sometimes we don't play aggressive because Rafbin stops them where we should play aggressively, and sometimes we play aggressively where we should be playing defensively. So there's two polar opposites that are just pulling each other all the time in our team. That's how the team communication works.
And I mean, maybe it's actually good that Ravbin took over for a while, because it feels like in this certain situation, it definitely helped you a lot to think more about the game, like from the normal standpoint, I would say. Looking at other leagues, because I feel like you're obviously scouting the other leagues as well, and looking at the German league, Spanish league, and so on. Who do you see as the most interesting team out of there? Because obviously, if they are scouting the Polish league, I feel like they're looking at you as well. But to me, at least right now, looking at the other leagues, there's no like such a thing as I would call the favorite to win it all. And I feel like if you actually go into the EMEA Masters, and obviously seeing the score that you have right now in the league, there's highest chance that is gonna happen. You could have a huge chance to actually make something happen. So that's why the question is this way: do you feel like there's anyone that you could be facing up in EMEA Masters that could be interesting?
Yeah, I mean, I'm really close friends with Mercy. He's in TCL. He's a TCL mid laner. Me in Misha with Holy Phoenix. Yeah, with Merciless. Yeah, he
I was
in Poland,
coaching him. Yeah, I was coaching him. In Gentleman's Gaming, I remember. Yeah.
We literally went go-karting like last week together, and with the Koreans all together. He was in our house. Yeah, I mean, Misha's doing great right now. They're 4-0, and they're also a low-budget team that didn't expect to do what they did, just like us. So they're exactly the same team like us, but in TCL. So I'm looking really forward to actually face them. They're a really interesting team.
I mean, to be fair, Merciless is basically as good as Koreans. I mean, looking at the individual levels of him. So I get that. When he actually went into the Ultraliga, he was, to me at least, one of my best mid laners that I ever coached. And I'm really hoping to see him in EMEA Masters. I'm hoping to see you there. And well, is there anything you want to add up? Is there any regards you want to send? Because obviously, like every week, you have the possibility to do that.
Well, I have one question and I have one regard to send. So I'm gonna start with the question. So did you shave all of your beard?
Yeah, it grew back.
So this is from 0, from like 5 days.
Yeah,
This is like what you get in 7 days. 6 days.
Yeah.
God,
So
wow.
what I did, I went bald, like not bald literally, but 0 on my head, basically 0 on beard as well. And then a few days ago, I went to the hairdresser and I asked her, can she shave this again so I can look at least like a human, not like not like what I was looking. And she said, yeah, obviously. So now it's looking a little bit better. I can't do with nothing with my hair yet. The beard is slowly building back, slowly, and hopefully we will get there in like 2-3 weeks.
Perfect. And thank you for your answer. And my regards are gonna go to my little sister, Kamalin. She watched the game with me. Thank you.
Oh, that's
she was really panicking, like me. But in the end, we won, so she should be panicking. Oh, thank you. Okay, say goodbye. Cute. Say goodbye.
Goodbye.
All right. Well, thank you so much, guys. And if there's nothing else, I will see you next week.
Yep.
Yeah,
sure,
hopefully. See you, man. That that was wholesome. The first one. I mean, I've never seen something like that on the interview. The second of all, that's impressive from the side of Forsaken, and the coach did even agree they should have lost this match. Back to the game, we're better at the certain time, but it really doesn't matter if you are better in the early or in the mid game or even in the late game. You need to be better at this very crucial moment that Back to the Game just couldn't hold it, and Forsaken took what's theirs.
Yeah, overall, I even lost my tongue. I lost my ability to speak. The only thing that matters is how you play in the best of 5. At least if you're Forsaken right now, and it looked really, really good. They will have to scale into the late game, obviously, but I think they will be able to do it in the late game of the season perspective, obviously. So, well, we will need to scale into the late game today as well, because obviously we have some banger games ahead of us. Matty Lodis versus Gryptocraft as well. So stay tuned, viewers. We are going for a short break, but we will be right back.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí.
Ah, mira,
¿Tú de qué parte eres?
del norte.
Oh man, I feel like that was my best intro ever.
Yeah, not bad, hey, not bad. Okay, bro. You know it as well. I also know you can dance. You should join me next time. And yes, I feel like you've also deserved a bit of a break. You've earned it.
Thanks.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Good job.
Hey, thank you.
Wjedź do elektryzującego świata esportu i zagraj z nami. Moc energii zapewnia elektryczna Kia EV6.
Everybody, that was just the match of the week we've been all asking for. Full of emotions, full of plot twist, full of action, amazing plays, but in the end, the better team came on top. Forsaken is currently 4-0 in the league.
I mean, they are, and they are looking really, really strong. Exactly like they should be looking, and hopefully we will see like just something like that from them all the time. Maybe not the first 30 minutes, but overall, you know what I mean. Like something that is going, I would say, according to the plan. And well, Accorder wasn't able to get a win, but he was playing really decent. But it's enough about the past. Let's focus on the future, and the future is bright, at least for Cryptocraft. Hopefully for them, we will see. Matty Lodis versus Cryptocraft is gonna be our next game. And Majutek, what do you think about that overall?
I mean, at the first place, I want to say that I predicted Lodis, but I am like split between those two teams because Cryptocraft is playing way better than we saw in spring. So I'm just trying to erase the image of them playing in spring, you know, being like the seventh place, if I recall correctly, not performing so well at all. But they did some improvements here and there, and they are looking good. But I also love great stories, as a story of, you know, this small organization from the second division fighting, you know, for the 5th, 6th, or even 7th split in the second league, trying their luck, bringing the wonder coach, Piotr Leszczyński, the guy who's constantly promoting to the first division, but sadly for him, constantly dropping from the first division. So maybe, you know, third time the charm or something like that.
I mean, maybe, just maybe, it could have been the case, but so far, the situation that we are having right now is very weird in the Matty Lodis roster, because it feels like every single time they are playing, it's just sometimes they can play really well, and sometimes they just play decent or poorly. I don't know why is that. It just feels like every single time they are it's just going this way. So, well, we will see what's gonna happen right now. So far, looking at Gripcho, looking at Lodis, it feels like Gripcho should be the ones getting a win, but never say never, right? We've seen a lot of weird things happen. The same thing could happen here.
I mean, I can understand the stress of playing the first match in the first division for guys like PMK, Zelar, or Xavi. That's pretty much understandable. In the second game, they just have beaten back to the game. That's something. But yesterday, you know, once again, they were playing not so well. It's just the inconsistency that worries me much. Or maybe it's just that Wednesdays are better days for them to get yet another win. They are starting with Korotkiy, so strong start, getting in together with Rel and something else. But Cryptocraft has already answered with one of the best junglers and one of the best mid laners, currently on 14.11.
Well, I like that. Maybe Wednesday is just a better day. Maybe it's just a better day.
We had Wednesdays with Eska like a year ago or something like that, so maybe that's the case with Lodis now.
I mean, maybe we will see. We will see. So far, weird draft, I would say. Weird draft. What is happening right now? We have Maokai for the first time in what? In a few months.
Yeah, I do believe that we had it like yesterday, maybe, or I'm messing something up in my head with the second division because I've been casting League a lot recently. But yeah, Ketim is this kind of guy who can either play like Graves and farm and be the hyper carry for his team, or be like, you know, I'm going to go with Sejuani, Rel, Maokai, and do whatever you want, call me whenever you want, I will be there, I will be covering for you, and hopefully my amazing team will carry me along the way.
Exactly, and we'll see if they will be able to do just that. I mean, it all could be just some huge flex from Lodis to try to play around that, but it feels like right now it looks good for Cryptocraft. I like Artoria on the champs like way. It feels like the champs that can carry the game 1v9 suits him very well. He can definitely do a lot of damage. With, I would say, an engager like Vi, it could definitely give him a lot. So I like it overall. I like it now.
I just feel like Artoria is this kind of mid laner, especially in Ultraliga, that nobody is looking like, okay, he might be the one, he might be the, the GOAT of the mid laners. He doesn't look
Polish
like,
goat.
but
not Polish.
he's not Polish, that's the first one. But you know what? He's been consistent during the last 3 games, and picking Hui once again, really, really strong mid laner with a nice setup for Hui already, facing against Korotkiy probably, or maybe another control mage coming up in the second rotation of picks. It just feels like he will have a nice lane, great setup, and a huge opportunity to once again showcase his skills to a wider audience here in Ultraliga.
I mean, yeah, that's what we are waiting for him, right? I mean, it just feels like this is what we are waiting for him to happen. And Leona is a good pick as well, but with Leona, Vi, and with Hui, there could be a lot of dangerous things happening and waiting for. Yeah, I mean, this Kai'Sa is just so weird. It could be Kai'Sa Maokai on
Is
the
it
top
the
lane.
smallest AP Kai'Sa special on the mid lane? Might be.
I mean, maybe better not. But yeah, but Galio is banned, Galio is banned, so who knows? I mean, yeah, it would be crazy if it was Yone as the last pick.
And Yone for PMK, are these guys out of their mind? Is it going to be lock-in? Is it going to be lock-in? Yes, it is! They are going with such crazy picks for the solo laners. We weren't expecting that at all.
I was definitely not expecting that at all, but guess what? I mean, it's just working out in your favor. It's just working out in your favor if you're able to go for something crazy from time to time. What is gonna be the last pick for Gripcho? Is it gonna be Aphelios? It is gonna be Aphelios for Fetsky, so definitely a champ that can do a lot of good things, but he's gonna need some time to scale up into the mid game, into the late game, and to be able to do something.
Like the pick of Hui, mostly because, Caitlyn is nowhere to be seen nowadays on 14.11. Varus and Kalista were out in the second phase of bans, and for Fetsky, I just feel like he needs some tools to be able to unleash his full potential. He's been playing okay in the previous split in Gripchocraft. Maybe the team was a little bit holding him down, not letting him just show the full potential. But right now, with Aphelios in his hands, plus Leona, Vi, some other stuff that will create space for you, that looks okay. But I want to make a pause here and then just go back to the draft that Matty USA LODIS presented us. Yone was the most famous champion for PMK in the second division. Domoles, after joining Lodis during like week 7 or 8 in the previous split, were spamming Kai'Sa, and every team were constantly banning Kai'Sa against Domoles. So that's kind of his trademark. And also Rel plus Maokai feels like 2 jungle supports that can just be the beefy, meaty front lane for all of the upcoming damage. Feels like a solo queue a little bit, but a solo queue with a little idea behind it.
Yeah, I mean, right now there is not much idea from their side, but I feel like we will just see it inside of the game, right? I mean, there is a reason why we both pick Lodis. They are the unpredictable here. They could definitely do something crazy, and the drafts are crazy. They, like I said, the bottom 4 is about individuals, and this is the draft that is created around individuals.
Most definitely. I mean, Yone needs to get ahead. Kai'Sa needs to find a great position to be spamming Void Seekers all over the Summoner's Rift, and the other heroes of this roster just needs to be playing for them. As we can see right now, Matty USA facing against GRP Esports. It's going to be match number 3, and I assume it's going to be a really interesting one, just looking at those heroes drafted for Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, like you said, it's gonna be the match number 3, but hopefully the level in this game is gonna be the match of the week. Hopefully. We are hoping for that. We will see if it's gonna happen. But yeah, Gripchocraft, we cannot underestimate them either. Leona, Aphelios, Hui, Vi, and Rumble. is definitely a tough 5 champions to beat, especially in the team game that is League of Legends, obviously. So early game, especially seeing how Lodis USA plays it out. If they play it out well, or at least play around their power spike, they should be able to do a lot. But we need to remember there are some weak spots on the Gryptocraft side that they can utilize.
One weakness I'm looking at right now is a lack of, like this really strong front lane that can soak the upcoming poke from the side of Kaisa and Korotkiy and actually be the first target to, try to zone Maokai and Rel coming in. Yeah, Leona kinda can do stuff like that, but she's a support. She can't just stack 4 or 5 tanky items on top of herself and be unkillable. And speaking about Rumble and Vi, those champions have a different role to be played in this composition. So that's the one weakness I'm currently looking at. If Gryptocraft will be able to initiate the fights, then it's all right. But if they will be in need to defend themselves, that's the whole different story.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's gonna be super tough to see if they are gonna be able to defend themselves, because like we said, it's not gonna be that easy. So far, Xavi getting a bit of a damage in his face, same as the Moles. So yeah, the Moles special Kaisa is gonna need some time. It's a first strike as well, but yeah, you definitely need some time. Wow, Xelar with the Valkyria forwards definitely feels confident in this fight.
Just the level 2 spike, make him a little bit crazy here and there, but it's all right. He just did a little bit of damage towards Fesky, who's going to definitely heal out of it. Just looking at the mid lane, it's not going to be anything too exciting unless he shows up.
I mean, he does with a flash, but he's kinda alone. I mean, yeah, Domoles does follow up, but this flash was just way too much in this case scenario. Way too much from Ketin. He just lost the flash.
And Domoles lost a lot of health just trying to chase Artoria down. The creeps took like 200 health points out of him.
Yeah, that's looking like desperation. We are only 3 minutes into the game, but that's looking like a desperation play. Domoles will have to TP, so he uses a TP. He does get back in his health, but yeah, not looking too good right now.
I mean, it just felt like solo queue, as I stated before in the draft. Just Ketin deciding, I'm going in, and Domoles is like, oh, but wait, man, I'm not ready. Okay, let's go. And then, the gank happened, and it wasn't as good as Matty USA LODIS would have thought.
Yeah, but maybe now, with the first blood for Artoria, they will be able to follow up, but yeah, nothing else will happen. Tragedy on the bottom river. Ketin first lost the flash, now he lost his life.
And
that's
really problematic.
Maybe
and
they will
also,
lose something else. They ignite on his face, and there was a possibility of Fetsky flashing forward, going for a kill, but he decided to play it safe.
And that's also problematic for Matty USA LODIS roster. I mean, Ketin without the flash and giving up the first blood is going to fall so much behind that I don't believe that Maokai will ever catch up to Vi at this point, and we'll see a replay out of it. He basically saw Bellied, he knew what's going to happen, he went for it, and then he paid a great price, because Bellied almost 1v1 him. If Domoles and Artoria wouldn't show up, it would have been the same case as we see right now on our screens.
Exactly, and Bellied, he would love to go for the fight right now, but yeah, it's not gonna happen. He's recalling on a ward, but that's not a big deal. No one is able to stop him, and Artoria with a kill. I mean, like I said, be careful, because this guy with a kill, he's gonna be looking for solo kills. He's gonna be looking for fights. This guy is super strong.
Yeah, even right now, even though Hui, scales well into later stages of the game, and he loves to build a Church or Liandris or whatever, he's right now sitting on 2 rings, and 2 rings is all he needs for this very minute of the game. Domoles needs to be recalling once again to be able to buy a tier because he wants the Manamune to be able to evolve his Q as fast as possible. But with 0 stacks on a tier and we are already at the 6-minute mark of the game, it's not going to be quick.
It's not going to be quick, like you said, but the good thing about Artoria's build is that he can always build Magi. So when he does build the Magi, he's gonna be just getting so much AP, so much damage, so much everything that he basically needs. And the gold lead right now is kind of big for Cryptocraft. We are only 6 minutes in the game and it's already 1500 basically. So it's not even kind of big. It is just big, and it's obviously due to the fact that they are winning on lanes. Look at top lane, 14 CS advantage, bot lane, 20 CS advantage. Obviously, they will be able to get some of the wave back, but still, this big of a wave being pushed into you does give you a priority, does give you the first Drake, most likely at least, because Cat Team shouldn't be able to interrupt it. But as I say it, we can see Korotkiy and Rel moving down from the river. We could have a fight.
I don't believe we will. I mean, Katin is outside of the wall. He's not even charging the Hexer, so he was just checking in. Everything is all right, guys. You're taking the Drake, no problem. I can help you with my little sapling, but that's basically it. Nothing would have happened here unless some miracle, I don't know, level 6 suddenly being hit by Katim. But no, it's League of Legends. There are some rules about getting experience, and Katim is not using any exploit to just get to level 6 quicker, which means he can't really contest the Belit that wants to invade his jungle.
That's key. Charging up with Sentu, but he's not gonna be able to find anything else. I mean, that's unfortunate, but I feel like Ripchat doesn't have to find anything else. They are basically controlling everything that is happening right now. Fetsky, he didn't find it on the first try, but he will on the second with Sentu. A lot of damage being out. Not the best weapon to fight, but still they will take it anyway.
I mean, cool weapon, but for the later stages of the game, when you could actually utilize your damage, right now we would love something else. So he needs to just roll through those items while killing minions, while stacking the cool, because he got this item after the first buck. So he's leading in CS. He also has this nice little addiction where, you know, after stacking the cool, he will be even more rich, and maybe another elimination. Why not?
I mean, yeah, it's just gonna be free. The difference of the weapon, plus obviously the kill towards Leona, it's not bad at all. But the moment this elimination, okay, maybe we'll talk about it in a second, because there's Yone engaging. Cat Team is close by, but Majutek,
yeah,
I mean, he's just trying to play it out. 1v2 right now, a lot of damage, trying to outplay it, but it's just not gonna be easy. They are gonna get the kill, right? Right? No way, no way he actually escapes that.
Oh, he bought so much time there, so Belit could have, you know, came here and tried to survive him. He's maybe going to pay a big price, but no!
They are gonna outplay it, and Belit, he escapes as well, but the W from the Moles is gonna hit, and it's gonna be enough. The Moles, it's not him getting a kill, but it's him saving the day.
Alright, they needed a third player to be able to pull out the first elimination for Matty USA LODIS team, but look at the consequences. I mean, the wave is just crushing. The Molets needs to TP. The bot side of the map is completely being dominant by the side of Fetsky and Sentu. They are doing whatever they want, and Fetsky recalling, you know, getting some nice upgrades for his items. Sentu being able to roam whenever, however he wants. I mean, there's just no limits for this bot lane. Korotkiy and Rel just are not going to stop them.
I mean, there is no need for limits to be applied in, because they are just playing so well right now, and it's just looking really good. And PMK just with Cat, look at how much Majutek bought all the time. He was waiting with a flash, he was waiting for a time to use it, he flashes into the bush, runs back, and now it's a miracle that Kaisa was able to actually follow it up. But because the first fight was looking way better to Grip to be able to just run away. But yeah, Majutek with a lot of damage, then Kaisa with the Void Seeker plus Killer Instincts is able to save it.
Yeah, a nice kill in the end for the side of Lodis, but it's not enough to be able to do something in the early game. They lost the Drake, they lost the Grabbies, and looks like they are losing on every lane there is. PMK trying to do something aggressively, but man, we are constantly losing trades over and over again.
Oh yeah, it's not looking too good right now, and the poke from Artoria is slowly building up, slowly happening, and it is gonna be putting some pressure on every single one of them, and I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised, and it feels like Gripchacraft right now, almost 2.5k lead for them, looking very well prepared. Definitely ready to take on the better teams. And Lodi USA, I mean, I was impressed by them playing versus Back to the Game, but now it's not looking that good. But Vetsky, he needs to be careful, but yeah, it's just all one big bait.
Yeah, but it was here right from the start, able to allow the wave to crash and rotate with his bot lane towards the Drake. The second Drake actually is going to be Ocean Drake. So we will see in a couple of seconds what soul we might be getting into this game, while Ketim is just peacefully fighting with Grabbies, you know, trying to secure at least something for Yone, for Kaisa, for those champions that would love to play a little bit on the side lane.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now, Ketim, it's a good thing that he's able to take Void Grabs, but look how much they are losing on the map overall. Okay, the TP behind, they are tipping on Fetsky, but the point is to not let Fetsky being hurt. Okay, that didn't work out, obviously. That didn't work out as intended, but Fetsky still does have the ultimate. He's able to heal himself up. He is able to outplay it with Majutek. Huge damage. And obviously a huge outplay overall from them. It's a Blades plus minions being taken, plus the TP for a TP. It's definitely a good play for Gripchacraft.
It would have been better if only Fetsky decided to flash the Unsealed Fate from the side of PMK, or maybe position a little bit better, or not too greedy with the last out of for the tower. I mean, he got caught. He didn't even flash out of the Magnetic Storm from the side of Rel, but luckily for them, Majutek arrives with a lot of damage, being able to secure one elimination for them. Maybe it's not over, maybe there's another fight.
Oh, this ultimate from Artoria is gonna do a lot of work. Is it gonna be enough? It looks like it will with the help of Velvet, obviously, but now the fight is 2v3, Sento is close. He needs to be careful with that, because sometimes being too greedy can cost you. That could be the real danger. And Xelar right now trying to run back to safety. Majutek is close by. He does have a flash, so that should be a kill. Oh my god.
Oh, that will be so easy.
Literally, so easy. I mean, that's Rumble for you, ladies and gents. He's just literally he's just literally doing all the work. And Gripchacraft looking decent right now, looking like a team that is meant to win versus these sort of teams. 2-6, 3k gold advantage for them, and Cool being stacked up, basically 4k gold advantage right now. It's all on Yone right now on the side of Lodis USA, literally all on Yone.
Maybe this time, maybe PMK, yeah, is going to get the elimination in return. 3-0 for this top laner. That's looking promising. But the only thing that's looking promising for the blue team right now, maybe Yone on the side lane, maybe, you know, picking up Quay in some crazy fights. But maybe you can't rely on something that may or may not happen. You need another source of power. You need another source of damage, and you actually feels like have two of them, Kaisa and Korotkiy, but none of them are ready for big fights.
Oh, absolutely not. It's Majutek right now that is trying to defend 1v3. He is really tanky, but he's still surviving that! I'm not quite sure how. It was close to a miracle, but far in the end as well.
Okay, another nice pickup from the side of Matty USA LODIS. Second in a row, first for PMK, now for Domoles. That's all good signs of potential future fight. PMK
Oh, PMK, you're dead, my friend. Doesn't matter how many kills you got, you are not gonna be able to survive that. Bellet feeling quite confident about this fight with Frog. Not unlike one of the streamers, Polish streamers that we know.
But there were 2 frogs, so you know.
Yeah, so this one is easier, you know. Yeah, this one is easier.
Yeah, that was really, really crazy.
He would
fight.
have lost versus 2 grams, that's for sure.
That's 100%, no questions asked. But Bellit wasn't feeling so comfortable with the fight against PMK. He survived with really little of health, but it really doesn't matter if you survive with 1000 or 1 health point. What does matter is that your team is getting an elimination. Your team is getting ahead and ahead and ahead. Just looking at the gold right now, only top lane stands fairly even. Other positions are doomed.
And if I were you viewers, I would definitely focus on Artoria right now. 3-0-0, 8k gold right now. It's more than 1k advantage over Demoles, and he's looking super strong. 2 items build up, and he's gonna be getting stronger and stronger, especially with the third Drake coming in just 10 seconds. This way is just gonna be literally one-man army right now.
Yeah, Horizon Focus finished for his equipment. I mean, the poke is just going to be unstoppable. You can shoot your small, funny rockets, Korotkiy. You can try to land a Void Seeker here and there, Kaisa. But in the end, I do believe that Quay is going to be the one to murder you within a second.
Yeah, and like I said, the last game I can feel the comeback happening. Well, this time it's not happening. I don't feel like it's happening. Obviously it could happen, but they need Kaisa to be on at least 2-3 items. And right now seeing, yes, she is on 2 items, not fully stacked yet. We are still waiting for Manamune to change into the bigger weapon, and she needs the third one as well. Like every single W that is gonna hit needs to be on point, and then they have a chance. But other than that, I don't feel like they have a shot.
I'm still believing, but I am basing my my believing on just purely believing. I don't see a reasoning behind Lodis trying to go for a comeback right now, or even within the next couple of minutes. They still need time, they need items, maybe they need a fight like this.
Maybe they need a fight like this, because it looks like it's a pretty good fight so far. Sentu taking a lot of damage, but Bellet comes in with an engage. Oh my god! Speaking of engage! Xavi finds them all! And it's gonna be a double kill right now. Kill and instinct forward. It's Artoria versus all. It's Artoria versus the world. And he's not gonna be able to fight for long. It's Majutek who is falling down as well. Voidseeker is not gonna hit, but Petsky will. The ultimate is there. Is he gonna be able to find them? He won't. But Majutek will. Gripchocraft, they go forward. It's a 2v3 engage from Xavi as well, but this time it won't hit. This time it's only Majutek doing the work. Triple kill for him, and it looks like Gripchocraft are back on board.
Yeah, it looked so great in the beginning for the Lodis team. Nice poke, great engage from the side of Xavi, but they just weren't able to get onto Petsky, and this guy survived it all. This guy played it really, really well, but once again, lights on Majutek, because this guy has 6 eliminations, and this guy could most definitely just go 1v9. Let's look at the replay. It all started so well for the side of Lodis. Nice ambush, nice vision control, nice teamfight. You know, Artoria not hitting those crucial spells. Bellit going in, but this very moment where, you know, Rel and Yon combined just deleted the backlane of Gripchocraft. Till this moment, it was perfect. But after that, I do believe that just rumble happened.
And the fact that they found Quay was so important, and Petsky able to flash away from the Void Seeker, because this Void Seeker could actually change a lot, because if he hits it, obviously the cooldown is lower. But Domoles misses 2 important Void Seeker, literally changes everything in this team fight. But now, what is gonna change up here? It looks like Majutek is gonna be the one dying. He is 6-2, but no more. It's gonna be 6-3, and PMK getting another kill. But in the meantime, Gripchocraft going after the Nash, not gonna happen. They are running away. It was a nice try, but it's not gonna happen.
Yeah, but it's really, really dangerous to be contesting Nashor while Korotkiy and Kaisa are around because of the poke mostly. Plus the Maokai can always just press the R, you know, hands up, and you are tight, you can't really escape, and you are still getting poked down. So that was a dangerous situation. I'm glad that Gripchocraft didn't fully commit on it. Meanwhile, on the bot lane, PMK was able to grab yet another kill that allows him to buy the second item, more lifesteal, a little bit of shield. That's all Yon needs to stay healthy in teamfights.
Oh, absolutely, and that's not only what he needs. Look at the Moles right now. 2.5 items, slowly building up towards Zonias. When he gets towards Zonias, I mean, then it's bad. Then it's bad for Gripchocraft because every single Void Seeker hit, obviously, is gonna have a very low cooldown, and it's gonna be doing a very good job. Maybe he needs to work a little bit on a crosshair placement because so far. It's not the best, definitely not the sniper that we are hoping from the mods to see, but that's better from Sentu. Engage on Ketin right now. It's looking good, but the question is the teamfight gonna look better? Wow, that's a perfect equalizer. Literally demolishes all of the hopes for Lodis Matty USA, obviously. And now, Gripchocraft going for the Nash. They understand the importance of getting the Nash in this sort of game. They already have 3 Drakes. They would love to get the 4th one. But the Moles is gonna hit the first Void Seeker. He goes up for a killer instinct. Not gonna hit. Same for PMK. It looks like Gripchocraft are looking way better right now in this fight. Especially with Rel being poked down. Especially with Rel being dead right now.
But they stopped the Nashor, that's the most important factor. You can sacrifice the Rel, but you need to stop the Nash. You need to be constantly poking Gripchocraft. Maybe even think about stopping them from getting the soul. They are going to get our number 3 on the bot lane. But the Drake is more important objective right now. Sentu is zoning everybody, and the rest of the team are just taking the soul without any problems whatsoever.
I mean, honestly, Hui getting a soul right now in this sort of situation where he's just about to take the 3rd item for himself. I mean, he's recalling right now. He already does basically have the 3rd item. It's gonna be a huge problem for Lodis USA. But Majutek, take us through it. How did it happen that somehow Gripchocraft managed to pull it off?
I mean, first of all, they found a really great engage on the Maokai with the equalizer zoning the rest of the team. Then they went for the Nash, and maybe we'll talk a little bit about this later, because it looks like they are getting yet another kills. Not this time. They were not positioned perfectly to execute this situation.
But they can try to pull this off again and again and again, because they have Vi, they have the tools to turn if they need to. And the poke is there as well, especially looking at the items that they have right now. So I'm waiting to see what is gonna happen from the side of Gripchocraft, because so far what they are doing is pushing the mid-wave, playing it textbook, just trying to play it safe. The Void Seeker won't hit, and that's important one. Every single time Domoles doesn't hit the Void Seeker, it's gonna buy them some time, because it's not gonna be the low cooldown like always. It's gonna be literally the low one. And look at that, another one. It's hit. I mean, every single Void Seeker, it's literally two-edged sword. If you hit it, it's gonna be perfect. If you miss, it's not gonna be good. But so far, the Moles have been a little bit better with that, even though the soul is on the side of Gripchocraft. The damage is on the side of Lodis right now.
Is it the best win condition for Lodis right now? Is it really the iconic Kaisa for the Moles? I mean, 2 Void Seekers, and Kaspersky was sent to recall. 3rd Void Seeker landing would, you know, drive us to the death of Philios, basically. We don't want to see that. We do want to see the poke. We do want to see some fights, and we might be just getting one. PMK don't have the TP. He needs to go there on foot, and the time is running out.
And he missed the Void Seeker, obviously, speaking of the Moles right now, so that's the important one. TS Sentu is out of position, but it doesn't matter. He's able to do the damage, and the damage is on the side of Gripchocraft as well. The first kill goes the way of Majutek, and now the follow-up could go as well. Look at that. Gripchocraft, they are not scared of Rel engaging on them. They are just waiting the engage. They are poking them. And now PMK You're not doing anything, buddy. Better run out of the situation. The ultimate is gonna miss. Oh my god, Majutek. Is he just gonna... I thought he's gonna just flash through the wall and just go for an all-in, honestly.
He could have done that, definitely, to secure the kill and the tower, but they don't need a kill for the price of a flash. They value this summoner spell more than just one elimination, and they are just going to take this tower no matter what. Cryptocraft is looking way stronger than its opponents. It's 8k gold lead right now, and it just feels like Lodis are playing... it's painful to say and it's painful to watch, but they are playing without an AD carry. I mean, Korotkiy didn't even finish the second item yet. Solari didn't get any elimination, only one assist. I have a feeling that he would have lost 1v1 against Vi or basically anybody, maybe besides Leona. He needs to step up, but it's really hard to step up in this current situation on the game when the enemy team has the soul, has Baron buff, has the full control, maybe a crazy engage right now, maybe that's all that Matty USA LODIS can pull out, but even the engage is not an engage anymore.
I mean, it's exactly like you said, Majutek. This game could have been close if Korotkiy actually did something. Right now, he's only on Collector. He's not doing a thing. He's trying to run out from Arteria because he understands if he fights 1v1 versus him, it's not gonna end well. It's not gonna end well at all. So he's just trying to do something, but he's not able to. It's Demoles right now doing the majority of the work. Look at that. Void Seeker hit. Another Void Seeker hit. He is doing a damage all the time, but he does need a help. Look at that. Sento is supposed to be the tank, but now Lodis are gonna go for the fight. Demoles is there. That's actually looking decent. The first kill is theirs. It's gonna be Korotkiy getting a kill. So maybe he will be able to build some damage for himself. If obviously he's gonna stay alive, because it looks like Cryptocraft are not letting him stay alive. They are not letting Ketim stay alive. But Lodis USA are able to get back into safety, at least for now, but they may need to give up the inhibitor for their safety.
Nice pickup on the Rumble, but I don't think the coming in from PMK was necessarily needed. He just went in and died as quickly as the engage happened. Maybe they could have defended the inhibitor 5 against 3, but that's another story. The reality is that Cryptocraft, even though they lost pretty much the most valuable targets, Rumble, we will see it on the replay right now. Majutek just went away from the team, no chance of him surviving, but what PMK did here, it wasn't good.
It definitely wasn't good, but overall, I mean, he tried at least. He could say he tried.
At least.
Yeah, but still, Korotkiy on 2 items right now, slowly doing something, slowly starting to maybe do some damage, but it's 15 seconds and the Elder is here, so they need a perfect fight, and right now it looks like they won't find anything perfect. Caught off guard, Demoles trying to do something crazy, it's working out, but maybe they are gonna find Petsky. He's low on health, the poke is still happening. Nice W from Demoles, he needs few more of those, and he will be able to do something, but he won't be able to do anything if he is caught off guard by Sentu, and that he is! Cryptocraft, they waited for the Drake to spawn, but not to take it, just to bait them into fighting, and now the win is theirs. They don't get the Drake, but they get the W, they get the third win on the table, and that's what matters. That's the Cryptocraft you want to be looking for, that's the Cryptocraft you want to see.
Perfectly baited, very, very well played, and a very, very well deserved win from the side of Cryptocraft. Everything was just good, from the draft through the early game, through the team fights, to finally ending of the game. I don't see many mistakes from the side of the team that wasn't performing the best on the spring, but it's summer. Oh my god, it's a different story right now. Everybody, Cryptocraft are going to close the game before the 30-minute mark. Maybe they are going to look for some more eliminations, but time ran out and the winner is one. It's Cryptocraft, everybody.
I mean, yes, they did play it well. They definitely did play it well. It looked very well from the beginning, but then when Kai'Sa was starting to do something else, it looked a little bit crazier. But yeah, overall they managed to make it worth. So I think it's pretty decent work from their side.
From my point of view, I feel like it's more about Matty USA LODIS not playing the game as they should be playing, and just Gripchocraft playing the standard. You know, we have strong Rumble, we have nice poke, we have strong carry, we have engage, we have every tool possible just to keep on doing what we've been doing, and the enemy team is just not resisting. They are trying maybe something crazy, but not the tricks with us. We are Gripchocraft, we are securing the second spot, and we are really happy with this week.
Exactly that. And well, from what I know, I'm not quite sure, but yeah, we do have the interview ready. It's gonna be Santu on the interview, so let's get straight into it because I have a few questions. Hello, Santu. Nice to see you, my friend.
Hola.
Hola. I mean, honestly, I want to ask you about this Leona pick because it looked like you literally were looking always for engage. You were literally engaged from half of the map, just looking with ultimates. Is it just the way you play, or is it just like you felt like you feel so confident you can just try to look for it?
I think in general, it's the way I play in the last, let's say, actually this year specifically, because I'm mainly on melee duty, so I'm always engaged. I'm always looking for something, even if it's one extra plate, even if it's anything, I will just look for it. I will say Leona is not my biggest comfort, but I'm working on it. It will get better.
But as far as we know, playing aggressively is your comfort zone, and I do know a little bit of Fetsky. Seen him in the second div, seen him in the first div, and it looks like he's always going for those aggressive plays, as you do. Do you think that's the best duo partner right now for you to be playing with in Ultraliga? Do you find that you two have a matching playstyle to be able to win every 2v2 in the league?
I think if we are both focused, like most of the times we will be on the same page. Sure, there will be bad days that are gonna happen, that we're not gonna be on the same page. Maybe I want something else to do on the map. Maybe I will go in and he will not follow. Or most of the times it will be kind of the opposite. He wants to play, I don't want to play because I want to do something else. But I think we are in a good page as of right now. Like we are doing good, I think.
I mean, you definitely did look good in this game, and it looked quite impressive. I asked this question last time on the interview when Akin was here, but I need to ask you as well. Who do you think is the biggest challenge right now in the league for you? Because you lost one game, but there are still many games to come.
I think it's for sure Zero the Nasty, because yesterday we kind of underestimated and griefed by a lot. But also, I think Forsaken are on par with them. Like I think like their bot is really good. They have a really good summon pool. Their top laner is smashing it. Maybe sometimes streaming while playing the game, but that's fine. But yeah, I think those are the two best teams on in the league. And after that, I think it's back to the game.
Okay.
There are some strong teams in Ultraliga indeed, and it feels like Gripchocraft is just one of them. I need to ask a question regarding the matter of either promotion to the playoffs, which will equal promotion to the EMEA Masters, or actually demotion to the second division, because at the end of the split, we will have this promotion tournament between the second and the first division. Gripchocraft ended on the 7th place in the last split, and it just needs a disastrous situation to happen for you to end up on the last place and actually be fighting to keeping the spot. No, most likely you are looking forward to the playoffs. You are looking forward to at least 4th place. Do you feel the excitement with the new changes in the EMEA Masters that you actually might be able to play the international tournament, or you are not thinking right now about this type of stuff and just focusing on the next match?
I think when the news dropped, we were all excited that, oh guys, if we go playoffs, EMEA Masters, yay! But I think it was always our focus, like even before like the news got announced, like our goal was always like to go playoffs, to reach finals, whatever. And about like the relegation that you asked, we don't care at all. I don't think we are a team that we're gonna go to relegations, especially after the changes. I think it's one team now, right?
Yep, it's one team from
Yeah,
the
yeah.
first.
I don't think we will go to relegations, to be honest. Like, it's not something that has passed our mind, to be honest.
That's great to
Okay.
hear the confidence. That's great to hear that you are aiming really, really high. And with these performances, as you showed us this week and the previous week, we are feeling confident that you might actually be doing it. But there's
I think we need to forget yesterday's game. It didn't happen. Nothing. We didn't play yesterday. It was not JPOcraft. It was, I don't know, someone else.
Okay. So
I think
you
we
are.
didn't play. Yesterday's game didn't happen. It didn't exist. I
So
have
we are
played
3-0 right now.
We have played. Yeah, we're 3-0 exactly.
So with this amazing score, there's still a lot of work to do because the season is not only about 2 weeks. There is plenty more. So we might have a chance to, be seeing each other at yet another interview. But since this one is coming to an end, I'm giving you all the stage. Feel free to shout out and greet anybody you would like, even in your native language.
I mean, I didn't shout out my team because it was a rough, let's say, week of scrims, especially from my side. Like, I wasn't feeling the best as well. I was kind of sick the first few days and I didn't perform. So I would like to thank them and the coaching staff for their patience. And let me think. Θέλω να κάνω shout out τον αδερφό μου, το Sirius. Το Sirius αυτό. Θα το κάνω shout out. Το Sirius τον αδερφό μου που τώρα παίζει το ίδιο game. Παίζει game νομίζω αυτή τη στιγμή. Δεν είμαι σίγουρος, δεν υπογράφω. And that's it, I think.
All right. Thank you very much, Sentu. Congratulations on the win. Congratulations on the 3-0 score. I don't know where this one is coming from, but let's forget about that.
We reschedule. We play another day. It's fine.
And hopefully we will see you another week with such a big smile on your face and such a good performance from your side. Thank you very much and see you another time.
See you guys.
See you. That was great. That was great to hear from Sentu. We know how his engage works right now, but we'll have to see how their tenacity work. After getting the first W yesterday, we'll have to see it right now, and we will, just after a short break.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí.
Ah, mira,
¿Tú de qué parte eres?
del norte.
Oh man, I feel like that was my best intro ever.
Yeah, not bad, not bad. Okay, bro. You know it as well. I also know you can dance. You should join me next time. And yes, I feel like you've also deserved a bit of a break. You've earned it.
Thanks.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Good job.
Hey, thank you.
Wjedź do elektryzującego świata esportu i zagraj z nami. Moc energii zapewnia elektryczna Kia EV6.
basically me, so it's not a lot.
Hello, everybody. It's me again, and it's Kasper again, and we are ready for again some portion of League of Legends. We are coming slowly to an end of this broadcast. We are coming to a fourth match of today, and we are coming into the conclusion. At least I am coming into the conclusion that Zero Tenacity is hell of a team. They just need to wake up.
I mean, I feel like maybe they already had woken up. I mean, yesterday they looked quite decent, I would say. I mean, they really did look good. It looks like Harpoon is back to his old tricks, playing well with the carries. Maybe they just needed a little bit of a confirmation.
Maybe that's it. Maybe they just needed one match to break the curse, break the losing streak, to just once again believe in themselves. I don't think that's the case that they stopped, because they do know the value. They've played in the best leagues before joining Zero Tenacity. They are right now in pretty much the best organization in the Ultraliga. Just looking at the background, just looking at the possibilities, the studio, the bureau, the bootcamp, the everything. They have everything it takes to win. They just need to, as simple as it sounds, start winning games over and over again. And the time has come. They just lost two. They pretty much can't afford to lose anymore.
I mean, it's basically like you said. It is Majutek. They just need to start winning games. That's basically it. And if they do, I mean, it's gonna be super good. If they don't, well, then we will be just asking ourselves, scratching our heads, like, what is wrong with them? Why are they always losing? And yeah, I don't know. This squad is supposed to be, this roster is supposed to be winning insanely big amount of games, but they are not.
But on the other hand, we do have Iron Wolves. That's the team that we are not putting, all of our faith in. We are not expecting them to go as the first seed on the EMEA Masters. That's the team that we are looking forward to some surprises, spicing up here and there, maybe a crazy draft, maybe a crazy team fight, maybe an unexpected win here and there, take some points from Back to the Game, from devils.one, maybe even from Forsaken. But when it comes to Zero Tenacity, just forgetting about the latest results of all of those teams, it should be a really easy one for Zero Tenacity. But we cannot just erase the memory. We will still have it somewhere in our heads, and I am just 5% worried about the performance of Zero Tenacity, and 95% sure that they will just destroy the pack of wolves.
I mean, that's the question. Are they gonna destroy them? I mean, hopefully for them they will, but I said it on the Polish broadcast. I still kind of feel this way, that Iron Wolves is kind of rusty. I mean, most of the players were literally in the retirement, not even a year ago. So yeah, that's just not looking good for them. Not looking good.
I have mentioned this yesterday during the cast with Solari, but it just feels like, a pack of friends that are really good in League, but because we can't take away it from them. They're really good at League, they are friends, they've been playing with each other maybe a year ago, maybe 2 years ago, maybe sometime in the past, but in the end it feels like a nice team to be playing. I don't feel like the Ultraliga is the level of competition that suits them, but hey, they are 1-2 right now. They had some crazy games, not only in this split, but also in the previous split. It's just the organization just keeps on surprising everybody, and I don't see a reason behind, not trusting them this time. It still could be something crazy in the summer of 2024.
I mean, I'm not saying it won't be anything crazy, but it just feels like it's a little bit too much to ask them to win this sort of game. It's just like you are playing literally against one of the best teams in the league. Even though if they are not in the best form, they are still one of the best team in the league. So yeah.
All right, just quickly looking at the draft. We see some adjustments here and there. For example, banning Camille because Melonik yesterday basically destroyed everybody on this champion, and Zero Tenacity are just going to ban the champions that are problematic to play against. For example, like Skarner, Rumble, and Talia. All of those ultimates can be really painful to face against in a match. Besides that, standard League of Legends from the side of Zero Tenacity. They are even going with Kalista on the first rotation, because why not? Because if Harpoon feels it, then we are going with it.
I mean, that's what they should be doing versus this sort of teams. I feel like they took a lesson from the beating they took from Forsaken, that like we can still play the same sort of game. It's not an issue for that. We can still try to play this sort of game, but we also need early to mid game champion. I want to see Leona, Tariq, this sort of champs being picked by Zero Tenacity, because if they do it, like it's all going for early mid game domination, and that's what I want to see from Zero Tenacity. That's what we are hoping to see from them.
Yeah, and we are expecting it to be. I mean, if you are a team like Zero Tenacity, if you have a players like Zero Tenacity has, you are kind of forcing your fans to be expecting all the best coming from your side. That's surely a lot of pressure for the players. These are humans, everybody. These are gamers. These are League of Legends players, but mostly they are humans. They can have a bad day. They can have a bad moment in their lives or whatever, but they are still excellent. Way better individually than their opponents. So this draft excites me because we are seeing a lot of open options to just go in, try to look for a dive at the bot lane, rotation coming from Leona, aggressive playstyle coming from the side of Harpoons, Kalista. It also fits the narration perfectly.
I mean, yes, it is gonna be very important to see. I mean, like you said, they can have a bad day. They could have the better day as well, but for now we are hoping to see Zero Tenacity back in form and Iron Wolves to also show us something. I mean, I said they are a bit rusty, but that doesn't mean that I don't believe it. Victor, really? I mean, is it really that Koftet Champu is so little that when Azir, Tristana, Wei are banned and LeBlanc and Ari are banned, he's going for Victor?
I mean, that's 5 bans on the mid lane, to be honest. So if the 6th champ of the choice is Victor, then let it be. We could have seen some Orianna to just play it safe with Rek'Sai and Leona. We could have seen something aggressively from his side, but no, aggression is going to come from the other side. Roof locks in Akali for one of his teammates.
That's something that we want to see, but this Akali will also have a tough time playing against Victor, not gonna lie. And the top laner, is it gonna be a tank? Most likely, yes. And well, not maybe a tank, a bruiser. Aatrox, that is gonna be doing a lot of the work. What is gonna be the last pick? I mean, they already have the early game picks. They have Victor that could be a mid game to late game champ. They need, I would say Cassante would be nice here.
No, we are not getting Cassante, my friend. It's going to be Renekton. It's going to be challenge accepted on the top lane. The left composition has such a short range. To be honest with you, only Korotkiy can deal a little bit damage from safe distance. All the other champions are just going to go in, and Renekton really likes these scenarios alongside with Rek'Sai, with Leona. It's going to be 7-8 champions, clashing in on the melee range, just creating this chaotic brawl, and we shall see who comes up on top.
Like you said, we shall see who comes out on top. Hopefully, we will just have a good game to finish up the evening, because the evening has been a pleasure so far. We've seen a lot of games that were close. We've seen a lot of games that were surprising. Some comebacks happening in the Forsaken game. So Zero Tenacity versus Iron Wolves, historically speaking, it could be a banger. Even when Iron Wolves had like a different roster, it was a banger game in a lot of times. So we will see if it's gonna keep up to the expectations that we are having for this sort of meta.
It's always a pleasure for me to be casting some
that
League
pass
of
again.
Legends, especially Ultraliga, as it's officially the second split of me casting in English, but I still feel the excitement. I am still really happy to be seeing the players that I've been looking up. As a viewer, as a player, maybe some years ago, I've been watching them. I've been thinking, yeah, I would love to be around them somewhere, maybe as a player, maybe as a coach. Turns out I'm a caster, and it feels darn good to be here, to be able to talk to you, fellow viewers, to be able to talk with you, fellow colleague Kasper, to be able to cast some amazing League of Legends coming straight from Ultraliga.
And as you can see, dreams come true, but let's see how will Zero Tenacity do right now, because Splurzor with Kofta and Melonic going to put a little bit of a aggressive ward close to the blue buff, making sure that they put a pressure as well. And well, looking at these two drafts, definitely what I see is Zero Tenacity that want to dominate at the early game. Leona, Kalista, Rek'Sai, Renekton, those are the champs that are gonna be going hard for the fights. Looking at the other side, Korotkiy, Akali, and Aatrox, those are the champs that don't want to play in the early game, mid game, and late game.
That's probably why they just recently put the ward in the middle brush on the bot lane, just trying to, see what their Dota is doing, see how Zero Tenacity are probably going to play the level 1, maybe trying to farm up to level 2 to try to go aggressively, because as I mentioned, there are a lot of champions that would love to go melee range, just fist fighting everybody, and Kalista just feels like one of those champions. Yeah, she's ranged technically. Yeah, she would love to keep a distance technically, but she also, when the right time comes, likes to dash into your face with a lot of spears prepared.
Oh, absolutely, she can. She can try to go for it, and when she is in the good spot with this barrier, with the flash, with the hail of blades, she's just gonna be doing a lot of work. And now, I mean, Iron Wolves, they will have to do a lot of work as well, because so far they are losing CS on every single lane. Look at that, already the advantage for Zero Tenacity. So that's definitely not something they've been waiting for. And Iron Wolves, I mean, that could be something that they've been waiting for. The flash from ENG is a failure, but still, it doesn't really matter if you're able to get Harpoon down, and they will.
And you're not able to answer to that, Harpoon. It was close. It was almost. It was like 1 hour away of actually getting the first blood. But in my opinion, you should have just escaped. You should have forgotten about your support. You should have just went back under the tower and tried to get this wave, because you're losing a cannon, you're losing a minion or two. Just looking quickly at the replay, there was a possibility after this dodge for Harpoon to just escape, but he decided, no, I want to put some autos in, I want to try to outplay, and as I said, it was close, but not close enough.
Yeah, the first blood for Iron Wolves, that's the beginning they are hoping for, but Arnog's going for the trade versus Melonic. That's looking way better, and this is the trade that is gonna be favoring him because of two reasons. First of all, the potion, and second of all, he does have a Doran shields. Meanwhile, Melonic does have a Doran's blade, so the health region is gonna be on his side.
Maybe if Melonic could just stack up a little bit of his fury and then just Q on the full minion wave, then the situation would be okay, but it's dangerous to come up close against Aatrox whenever also Xin Zhao is around, and Melonic don't know nothing about it, so he decides to recall out of the situation, but Jinxas is still lurking. Maybe he will... Nah, he won't find anything.
Yeah, so far looking good for Iron Wolves, especially considering the fact that it's Korotkiy getting a kill. I mean, we saw it last time. We saw it last game, basically, that when there is a situation like it's Korotkiy that's not in the perfect spot, then it's not looking too good. But now, maybe with this Korotkiy being a little bit ahead, he could be doing a lot.
Yeah, it all depends on the tempo being put onto the early stages of the game on the bot lane itself. I mean, if Kalista and Lona decide to put a lot of pressure on you and outplay you mechanically, then you still will be in a lot of trouble. But if you manage to play it rather safely, you know, just stacking the coal, just trying to survive, just not letting Harpoon you know, be able to outplay you, then in the mid game, yeah, sure, why not? I mean, in the end, you are going to be the one with a bigger range, with a longer range, and you are going to be the one with a probably beefier front lane right ahead of you, so you could play it as you wish.
Exactly, and even though they got a kill, which means they would have the advantage normally, right? In this situation, it's not looking like it. They are behind in levels, they are behind in minions, especially seeing what is happening right now, and yeah, it's not looking good. Arnax going for the trade that he is not winning, and Melonic does have a lot of damage. He is gonna be going for this trade all day long.
Meanwhile, Jinxas is going for the Drake. Lurzor is trying to go for something. He goes for the support. With a little damage, he's not going to succeed on it. But what about the Drake?
Well, there's a follow-up from Jinxas, obviously, but the miss hook actually destroys this. Yeah, if he hit a hook, that could have been looking a little bit different. But now, yeah, I mean, there is not a possibility of trying to follow it up, but there is a possibility of doing something on the top lane. Melonic still fighting with Arnax and still winning versus Arnax.
Yeah, Melonic is just feeling like this matchup is winning 100%, and he's taking every trade possible, and he's winning pretty much almost every trade possible. So far, so good for him, and no one is trying to disturb him, but on the bot lane is it's a different story, because everybody is trying to lay hands on everybody.
Well, it's Z10 right now that are looking for some sort of advantages for themselves. Not able to find it yet. 300 gold advantage for them. And Lost Chapter build for Kofta, which means it is gonna be a strong point for him. He is gonna be looking for the first item. This Victor needs it, we spoke about it. And Blurzor, yeah, he needs to run back from this. He doesn't want to take this fight versus Xin. Xin is very strong at the beginning of the game, and he is taking this fight. Flash available for Blurzor, and he's gonna be forced to use it if Jinxas decides to go for the fight. He doesn't decide to go for the fight, but it looks like Jinxas is carrying them, being just a single-man army. I respect that.
That was a tricky situation, because if Blurzor didn't lose as much HP as he did, then maybe with an assistance of Melonic they could have went for something. But Blurzor is too low to actually contest this. On the bot lane we see Leona trying to contest Korotkiy. Luckily for her daughter, Roof doesn't have any mana whatsoever, so he can't punish him enough. But on the grabbies, Blurzor is level 6, and he's going for a kill.
And he's gonna get it. That's Jinxas disrespecting his opponents. And even though Iron Wolves were able to get themselves the win last time, it still was Jinxas, I would say, ending the game a little bit. He was looking very poorly, face-checking the vision on the enemy buffs and just getting killed for it on Trundle and so on, and it just looked like the game is not working his way, and it kinda is here right now. The first death, 3-8 minutes, that's not perfect.
Yeah, so not the best performance for the side of jungler of Iron Wolves. Blurzor managing to find a kill here. On the top lane we see constant fight going on. We are seeing a replay. Okay, that's how he get to level 6. He just stole the Void Grab and he went for another. Blurzor, what a guy.
That's a real sniper. That's a real sniper. I respect that. I really do respect that.
I was thinking for a moment, did he just go for a you know, small golem or a little raptor, or how on earth did he get to level 6? But we got an answer coming straight from the replay, so thank you, production team. Right now we can all just agree that Blurzor is great, and on bot lane it's not going so great.
well, they want to go for ends, and Harpoon is doing a lot of damage, but the question is it going to be Iron Wolves actually winning this fight? I mean, they
Nope.
actually are winning this fight. 2 kills for themselves. They want to go for Harpoon, but that could have been too risky. Iron Wolves back in this game.
I said no because I saw Kofte using TP, but it wasn't the TP towards his team, it was TP towards the mid lane, so they lost. It's 3 against 3. I mean, Bluzor and Erdota are not tanky enough to create enough space for Harpoon to actually be really playing the game. It's not that point in the composition of Zero Tenacity that they could easily play around Kalista without any consequences. Let's just take a quick look at it once again. You know, focusing Leona while Kalista is around is not so wise, but if you can quickly shift the focus in between Rek'Sai and Leona, then you are just going to get awarded with 2 eliminations.
Yeah, then you're just going to be fine. And Iron Wolves, I mean, it's again looking not too bad for them. Domas is actually doing quite a lot of work as well. Korotkiy is 2-0. I'm just not confident enough on them yet. I still need to see more. They are scaling well into the late game, but so is Victor. So is Renekton with this sort of build in the mid game at least. He's gonna be doing a lot, and the gold is kinda even, I would say. For now, that's obviously due to the CS advantage on the side of Zero Tenacity. 20 in the top lane, basically 20, right now 10 in the bottom lane, and obviously 10 in the jungle as well. So basically everywhere the advantage is on the side of Zero Tenacity. The question is, what about the kills? Is it gonna continue to be on the side of Iron Wolves? Because so far they've been doing real good, and if Korotkiy and Aatrox and Akali are gonna start getting a kills, I mean, that could be game over for Z10 real soon.
Yep, Korotkiy with Essence River already, just chilling on the bot lane, just looking for yet another opportunity to be able to find something for himself. About finding something, I do believe that Arnax wants to find the sweet spots over and over again into Malonic, even though he's under itemized compared to his opponent. He's still, without any fear, taking trade after trade after trade. Are we going to see yet another trade, but this time on bot lane? Yes, please.
Well, it looks like, and to be honest, Erdota, he baited perfectly, and now Bluzor is going to be the first one to get a kill, and they are going for the fight. Domas, you are not doing that good, my friend! Bluzor will be able to get the ultimate on him, and it looks like they were able to maybe just wait a little bit and wait it out and chill.
A quick TP in response, a nice position from the side of Domas, but after landing this shuriken flip, he just couldn't do anything. It all started with ends being put under the scope, just basically being eliminated. Then just look at Domas. He landed everything, but then stunned into knock-up, into the ultimate from the side of Rek'Sai. This poor Akali couldn't do a thing.
I mean, now it's getting interesting. Now it's getting interesting because Z10, I mean, yeah, Harpoon was able to get a kill, but it's Bluzor that is in the very, very good spot. This Rek'Sai, it's only early game, but she is gonna be doing a lot. And I know we said that, yeah, Iron Wolves are looking good and so on, but overall, if we look at the gold, in 14 minutes, 2k gold advantage for Z10, that's absolutely acceptable.
After winning the situation on the bot lane, after getting some elimination, they decided to do a quick swap to get some plates. That's another plate for Harpoon. And on the other side of the map, I don't believe that Roof and Ents could do the same. Malonic without the ultimate might not defend this tower. With the ultimate, that's a different story. But still, he could pretty good hold his ground. Even in this situation, even after this cook, he should be just fine.
Should be just fine, and he will be just fine. Z10 right now doing moves all across the map, looking for advantages for themselves. And to be fair, they are doing quite a good job in that. Malonic, God of Guard, had to use the flash, but that's a good play again. That's a flash being forced on Malonic. If he's without the flash, then there are gonna be some issues on his side later on. We will see about that. Z10, just macro-wise, beating Iron Wolves right now.
Yeah, the first tower is going to go towards them. Melonic is trying to defer to his objective as long as possible, but it's going to hold it for the next couple of seconds. Then the dive under the tier 2.
I mean, then this dive is just gonna go exactly according to the plan, the same way the other dive could be going, but no, it won't. Renekton was able to survive that, and Z10 come out on top yet again. 4K advantage this time for them. And it looked like they found their footing, they found their place, and yes, they are in the very strong spot right now.
Yeah, I tried to build a little bit of tension around this dive under the tier 2, but it looked like Arnax didn't stand a single chance, even with the ultimate, even with the flash, which he didn't use because he didn't even have an opportunity to do so. Zero Tenacity are accelerating in this game. 4K lead on the AD carry. We can see that Roof is pretty much holding himself against Harpoon, but in every other situation, every other lane, every other position is just advantage for Zero Tenacity.
It's advantage all across the board, and now Z10, I mean, going for the Drake, making sure that they get what they want to get, and this Victor is also very happy with what is happening. I mean, he's only 0-0-0, but scaling into the mid game, being in the very good point, that's exactly what he wants.
Yeah, we didn't see Victor for quite some time now, and we kind of forgot how well he scales with not only the items, not only the levels, but actually, you know, killing the minions, getting some upgrade on his abilities. That's making him stronger and stronger and stronger. Such a useful tool into the teamfight later on.
I mean, he is just gonna be doing really a lot, and now Domas, he's the one that needs to be careful. I mean, if there is a situation where he's caught off guard a little bit, that could be a disaster.
It's not going to be disaster in terms of Thomas getting caught, or at least Erdota is not going to punish him, but they are losing once again, I'm sorry. Another structure, this time is going to be tower on the bot lane. Herald is going to charge, and they are not going to stop it, so Zero Tenacity once again, over and over, step after step, are exceeding the gold advantage. And not only the gold advantage, right now they are taking over the whole Summoner Tree.
Because they should, but the fight is happening right now. Yanks us with the nice ultimate, but let's see what is gonna happen. Yeah, that's what I thought. Z10 is just way stronger right now. Iron Wolves are not able to do anything, not with Harpoon being in such a form right now.
Just flashing in, just throwing this javelin. It's not Nidali, everybody, it's Kalista, but the damage is pretty much the same. We could see from the cut from the jungle. Nice plays overall from Zero Tenacity. Looks like the early game might not be the best, but whenever mid-game comes, in this week, in this game especially, they are not sleeping, they are paying attention, and they are basically beating everybody that's on their screen.
And that's exactly what is supposed to happen. Blues are playing a heck of a game, and maybe, just maybe, they will be in the form to do something about it, because 6k gold advantage right now for them. Kalista being in such a good spot, almost on 3 items. That's exactly what we want to see from Zero Tenacity in the games. That's what we've been expecting from them the whole season, but they didn't just show it in the first.
Yeah, just the first week that we all shall forget. That's what we did with Back to the Game last season. We kinda forgot about the first 2 weeks, and look what they did. Right now, let's forget about Zero Tenacity and their first week and see what they can do. They can just, without any fear, go deep into your jungle, put some vision there, apply some pressure here, and just not let you breathe.
Just not let you breathe, and well, they don't want to let Thomas leave. That's for sure. I mean, just engaging on and getting the tier 2, so that was a fake engage and just making sure that they are gonna get tier 2. And yeah, it's working out wonderfully right now for them.
Yeah, no problems whatsoever. I mean, they just stopped dying. They just stopped making mistakes. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Zero Tenacity from the early game transformed into the mighty Zero Tenacity that we know from the last split, at least in Ultraliga, because they were dominant in last split. They were just not losing to anybody besides Anonymo, okay, but that's not the case anymore.
Yeah, they've been losing to Anonymo, but it's a little bit different now. It's a different Anonymo, it's a different Zero Tenacity, so yeah.
Just quickly looking at the itemization and the situation on the Rift. Victor with 2 items, that's more than enough for this side of the game. Maloning just chilling, just playing around on the side, everybody just trying to engage. Jinxas using his ultimate just to be alive for a couple of more seconds, but it's not enough, my friends.
Yeah, Korotkiy is not even on 2 items right now, so if Z10 finds engage in this fight, if they find anything, that could be enough. Melanie flash forward and is looking perfect for Zero Tenacity. That's exactly what they wanted to find. Tier 2 is basically free. They can even go for the Nash right now on 20 minutes because they are just so strong.
They are definitely strong. Just look at them going through the mid lane, looking for some eliminations, just to push the enemies back, just to create some distance, just to create an opportunity to get rid of Baron Nashor at the 21-minute mark. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Zero Tenacity. We kinda forgot in the last week that they are capable of doing such things.
I mean, and it's Yanksas. I mean, it's again Yanksas getting caught off guard.
Yeah.
What is happening with this guy? Like, it's happening in every single game. Like, sooner or later, you're gonna start thinking like, maybe I'm doing something wrong. Just maybe.
Maybe I should play like Maokai to throw saplings here and there instead of face checking every bush.
Especially if you're 1 and 3. I mean, it's still a progress considering what happened in the last week. But overall, your team is not doing great. You're behind 10k after a pretty decent early game, and now look at that. I mean, Erdota just slowing Roof because it's enough, obviously. Now Roof is gonna fold. It's perfect flash from Kofte. Victor, who is not even in the meta, is basically one-shotting your whole composition. And well, it looks like Z10 found what they were looking for. Domas is dead. The enemies are dead. We are 23 minutes into the game and they can basically look to end the game right now.
And that's it, and I saw it yesterday. I know for sure the history is going to repeat. Zero Tenacity taking it slowly in the early game and then accelerating and going faster and stronger and beating everybody. 22 minutes, 30 seconds, the first inhibitor is already down and they are not looking to stop, they are not looking to recall, they are still looking to play a little bit.
Well, and they are going all in Kofte, they are gonna find Kofte, but maybe the Kofte will find them. Roof is dead! He still managed to kill him but before falling down, and now it's ADC, and without the mid laner, it looks like Z10 can just end this game because they are just 10k ahead. And 2 steps ahead in this team fight, that's for sure. Ents and Domas only left for Iron Wolves to be in this game, but Ents with the hook to the tower, straight up face in the wall. Oh my goodness, Ents, that's exactly what you don't want to do in this game. But, well, fair enough. You were able to almost get a double kill. We'll let you have it. You got a kill. That's more than Domas did in this game because he is 0-3. You are 1-1-4. Z10 dominating this game in 24 minutes.
Yeah, that was a dominant game from their side. We maybe were considering something from the side of Iron Wolves in the first like 10 minutes or so, but after that it was one-sided match as expected from the beginning, as we predicted and as it should be, just looking at this roster of Zero Tenacity.
I mean, just confident win for Z10. That's exactly what we've been looking for, and easy point in predictions because I mean it's easy to predict this sort of thing. But yeah, Iron Wolves, they have a lot of stuff to fix, and if they don't fix it, that's gonna be an issue. That's gonna be an issue, and I'm not sure how are they gonna play around that because so far it's been looking quite poorly for them, to be honest. Like the one game that they won versus devils.one, yeah, sure, but other than that, it's not good.
I mean, it's hard for us casters to just be constantly trying to look for some, pros of every team. They have good team fighting, they are unpredictable, they have good individuals. Yeah, but we cannot fit all 8 teams into the top 4, into the playoffs, into the EMEA Masters. Somebody needs to take a beating, as simple as it is. So one team wins, the other team loses. And for me, it just feels like it will be a tough split. It will be a tough season for Iron Wolves. They need to do a miraculous things couple of times to be able to prove my point. But other than that, Zero Tenacity are back on the track, and Zero Tenacity are back on some small winning streak.
Yeah, and honestly, just didn't expect this to be such a short game. I was expecting, obviously, to them to try to do something, but well, it didn't work out. And Kofte and Co were ready for them. And speaking of Kofte, I've heard he's ready for the interview, so let's get straight into the interview and ask the man some questions. Hello, Kofte. Good to see you, my man.
Hello. Good to see you guys as well.
We hadn't had the opportunity to talk after week 1 because obviously you got beaten quite heavily.
Yeah, we didn't have the opportunity.
Yeah, but now it looks quite better. What changed between week 1 and week 2? Because you look like a completely different team, to be honest.
I mean, for sure the opponents were better as well, but we played like worse than usual. Maybe we need to like wake up or something. So it wasn't that bad loses. Now we are more focused and it's getting better.
Hello, Kofte. Congratulations on this win. I gotta ask you this because, yes, you obviously won the last split. Yes, you were obviously the best team in the Ultraliga, but right now a lot of roster has changed. Your roster didn't change. You are playing as the same starting 5 players. Do you feel like you are still the strongest? Do you feel like the other teams are, I don't know, worse, better? What is the current condition of those teams fighting for the second place, considering that you are still fighting for only one goal, the first place?
Yeah, I still think we are stronger than the other teams, but the competition seems like kind of stronger this season. And also like B2G and Forsaken, they are like pretty good teams. I didn't watch too much other teams, but they seem fine as well. So it seems stronger, but we are still the best, I think.
So you don't see yourself.
We didn't show yet, but yeah, we will see.
Okay, so you don't see yourself struggling right now and doing anything. You feel like you are.
I mean, we struggled first week for sure. I'm not saying that, but I just believe that we are just stronger normally, but we didn't play the best.
Okay, understand. So we shouldn't expect any Happy Hima exchanges in the mid lane, and you're going to the bench or something.
Yeah, not really.
Not okay. And on the EMEA Masters, it's not gonna happen again.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Okay,
will be better this time.
I just wanted to make sure. Okay, I mean that's great to hear. Majutek, you got any more questions?
Yeah, actually, one more question came up to my mind. The next week you are starting in the match against Orbit Anonymo. Last split it was kind of unlucky in the best of ones. What's going to happen the next match? Or actually, let me phrase it this way: to which minute of the game the Nexus is going to explode?
Wait, who are we playing against next week?
Orbit Anonymo.
Orbit Anonymo. Oh, they changed the roster. Maybe 22 this time?
22. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm trying to type it down right now, and let's see the next week if the predictions were correct. That was it from my side, and I do believe that if you, Kasper, don't have any other questions, then we shall let Kofte go. But before that, we are handing you the stage. You know how it goes. We are waiting for the shoutouts.
Waiting for what?
For your shoutouts to anybody you would love to. Yeah.
Shout out to the Titan fans. Like, thanks for cheering for us. We didn't do too well last week, but we are getting better. And we will make sure you are supporting the right team this season. So keep supporting. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Kofte, for this interview. Once again, congratulations on the win, and may the win streak continue. Fingers crossed for the next week. See you there.
Thank you. See you guys.
See you. That was Kofta, ladies and gentlemen, confident as ever, and I think he has a good reason to. After this sort of game, picking an off-meta champion, doing a very good result, obviously. Why not?
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, Zero Tenacity this week is very, very different team from what we saw on the week number 1. We are going to slowly forget what happened in the past, and we are going to focus what will happen in the future as we have a schedule for upcoming matches. So maybe we shall take a quick peek at it. Actually, it's not going to be the first match. Leaguepedia lied to me. We are going to start with back to the game against Cryptocraft. Then Orbit Anonymo taking on Zero Tenacity. 22 minutes. I will not forget. devils.one against Forsaken. That will be interesting. And last match of the next Ultraliga day, Iron Wolves and Matty USA LODIS.
I mean, honestly, the games are super interesting because, to be quite frank with you, I have no clue who's going to win in most of them. I mean, obviously in some, yes, but in most of them, I feel like I don't know who's going to be the ones that we are going to see and win, because from my expectations, looking at these games, it could be anyone. And some of them, it's a 50-50.
I mean, speaking just from experience, I do recommend creating a coin, you know, just taping one logotype on one side, the second on the second, flip it and see how it goes. And in the end, you have 50-50 chance of succeeding.
I mean, yeah, that's actually true. I may try something like that. Thank you, Majutek.
All right, you're welcome, my friend. And it was a pleasure, as always, to be casting with you. So thank you,
Same from
Kasper.
me.
Thank you to all of the viewers who stick with us till the end of this broadcast. Kasper, don't disappear right now.
No.
Keep
Sorry,
the lights on. Because
Yeah.
I want to say goodbye to y'all. Take care and hopefully see each other at yet another broadcast of Samsung Galaxy Ultraliga. Take care and bye.
See you, my friends. See you.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí.
Ah, mira,
¿Tú de qué parte eres?
del norte.
Oh man, I feel like that was my best intro ever.
Yeah, not bad, hey, not bad. Same. I can go pro. You know it as well. I also know you can dance. You should join me next time. And yes, I feel like you've also deserved a bit of a break. You've earned it.
Thanks.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Good job.
Hey, thank you.
Wjedź do elektryzującego świata esportu i zagraj z nami. Moc energii zapewnia elektryczna Kia i V6.